Button. Welcome to the, I think it's the 10th session now. It's either the 9th or the 10th of our D&D campaign. Last time you arrived back in, you flew directly through the ever-present storm at the center of the Phasia, spotted a funny little encampment, buildings and individuals of some kind, indiscernible at distance but far, far below you in what is supposed to be the most uninhabitable part of the desert. Additionally, you have returned out the other side of the ever-present storm in Hav's Wrath to Mirage with Fehu and the whole crew here in Mirage. You spoke with Fehu, you completed your task, broadly speaking, of returning the Iron Band to Fehu from Zerga, and you had some conversations. In addition, Zoran's curse was lifted after he visited Fehu along with Pejmina. Some conversations were overheard by others. Some conversations were in private around the Oasis Mirror Pool. But all in all, you have finally been able to have another peaceful, uninterrupted night's rest at the Misty Vale Inn in Mirage. As teased at the end of the last session, shortly here, Fehu is going to come back in to invite you all to her horde, but I wanted to ask if there was anything any of you wanted to do early here in the morning before that happens. You don't think so?
I don't think so.
All right. Then yeah, it is breakfast time. Someone has acquired the four of you food from the nearby market, and out from...
There was actually something I just figured that I wanted to do.
Please do.
In the morning. Sorry. I wanted to try my hand at that create a potion kit. The potion of healing kit.
Yeah, you absolutely may. That will be... I believe it's survival. Let me check real quick. It would just be proficiency with the kit. It's a kit for assembling a potion. Let's just say straight intelligence.
Okay.
Since this is not something you are proficient in or with.
19.
19's pretty good. Yeah, it takes some time. You set aside a little room on a side table, potentially with permission from the establishment owner as soon as they see some bubbling and brewing occurring off to the side in their establishment. But within, say, half an hour or so, you have created a healing potion. Just a standard healing potion.
Yay! I should go look that up and add that to my inventory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Given a little bit of time, the group of you managed to get some food prepared for you, either by having acquired it from the market by either one of you or one of Tala, Lafa, and Lata. I believe that's all. Tala, Lata, and Tafa. I have it written down somewhere.
Lata. Tala, Tafa, and Lata.
Tala, Tafa, and Lata. Okay. I was right one of those times, I think.
Oops.
And the familiar blue Aarakocra Fehu comes in and, in hushed tone, approaches you in the morning and is like, I hope you're all rested. I hope you're all doing... how are you all doing well this morning? Do you need a little bit more time, or have you all rested well? How are you all feeling this morning?
I could always use a bit more sleep, but it's fun.
I see.
We're quite fine. Thank you.
Quite fine.
Feeling well?
Good.
Wonderful as always, thank you.
Excellent. Well, in that case, would you all like to join me for a walk out into the dunes briefly?
The dunes itself outside the village?
Yes.
Sure. Why not? I suppose.
Excellent. All right, come along. And she taps her staff on the stone walkway and begins a brisk pace out of the Misty Vale Inn onto the street, and then just proceeds through town, kind of like checking every once in a while to make sure everyone is around and keeping up. And continues out into past the conventional village limits. They're not marked or anything, it's just that there's not buildings and stonework as they walk out further into the desert. And then onto the sandy dunes, which I'll represent Leslie. She continues to lead you past. It's a little bit of a trek, and she kind of makes sure you're all fairly close by. And as she continues walking with a familiar step into the sands, she kind of like looks back at the lot of you and she's like, "I do hope you considered my offer as we left it when I sent you out. I can, of course, offer you payment in gold, the money, the conventional means, but if you would like, I am more than willing to extend my abilities and knowledge and connections to obtain various things, ideas, if you'd like. It really is kind of an open reward structure, I suppose. Have any of you given that much thought?
Loka just raises his hand.
Yes. You don't have to. It's fine.
Does that mean that, like, you said we could get, like, abilities? Does that mean I could be a dragon?
Ooh. That would... Well... Not in the literal sense, but I do have something I think may interest you. I have a bit of a collection. Lots of items, unique oddities, little things that are typically of interest, and I think I have something you may like. Yes. Let's continue onward, and I think I'll be able to find it for you. Anyone else? It's okay if not. I'm just curious.
I think I have all I need.
Loka's gonna turn to Pashmina and be like,
She's gonna turn me into a dragon!
Pashmina just pats you on the shoulder. Makes a little wet.
Hason would lift up hand and perhaps in lieu of coins, something to protect me, something nice and light that protects the body without limiting my movement.
I think I have something that might work for that. All right, here we are. And she stops and you are in the middle of the desert. She kind of like looks around for a moment. She's like, "Oh yes, this way," and kind of directs towards a particularly large dune, and then thrusts her staff into the ground. And with a bit of a misty shimmer, a very large illusion starts to dissipate. The entire dune itself is not illusory, but a large portion of the side of it is. And the sand begins to give way, showing a more rocky structure emerging out of the sand. It looks very windswept, something that has definitely been eroded by years of sand blustering strongly against it. But as you approach this structure, maybe the size of a large-ish, it's roughly the size of a building. You notice that there is an entrance. There is what appears to be a cavernous opening leading downward below the sands.
I changed my mind. Can you teach me to do that?
Maybe. Are you arcanically inclined? Do you do much magic?
Well, I've been able to do this since I was like 16. No, not 16. Like 6 years old, and then she kind of like makes a rose appear in her hand and then just dissipates it.
Here, I'll see. I'm curious about that casting. Give me a moment. All right, come on. And she kind of like ushers you all inside into this like kind of. It's a very dry cave. And then like once you have all passed, she kind of like puts up the illusion again so no one can follow you, and then continues downward. It's a narrow cavernous path for a short distance, and then you start to see lights. Further down, kind of torchlight, and then bigger than torchlight, and then brighter, as what looked like torch pinpricks, you can now see are actually these full braziers of like almost little campfire-sized fires illuminating this cave. It's not enormous by any means. This is not like a city-sized cavern or anything. But it is quite substantial. It's this big, wide area supported by these large stone pillars underground, lit by these braziers placed throughout, and all around you is a dragon's hoard. There are coins, just piles of coins, a few various chests of gilded things, but what takes up the vast majority of the space are trinkets. There are lots of little items arranged into groups and on shelves and little daises, and lots of books, lots of scrolls, lots of not quite a library, as these don't look like they're organized for informational purposes. They are very ornate pieces. These are like particularly artistically inclined artifacts, and just a wide variety, but very much it looks like her expertise leans heavily toward enchanted objects.
What are... Hassan is a bit interested in the books. Are any of them labeled?
Yeah. What languages do you know?
Let's see. Well, I know some of the big ones. Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Halfling, Infernal, Primordial, and Undercommon.
Excellent. The vast majority of them are in Draconic. And it looks like most of them are personal. They're like books. A lot of them are autobiographies. A number of them are like journals or academics. Some of them appear to be fiction. And now that you're kind of going through them and studying them, it appears that they are actually organized by author. each of these big individual like groupings that have been set up effectively on little like library display cases, more or less, are a dragon's pieces. A lot of them look to be written by various hands. A lot of them have reference to scribes in the first few pages, and the vast and almost all of them you can tell are very old. These are ancient pieces. Many of them bound in this like deep leather coated in like centuries of weathering oils.
Cool. What? The name of the dragon that was above Kyla was Terran, correct?
Correct.
Would that name happen to be among these?
No.
Okay.
If Terran was much of an author, it does not appear that Feihu has bothered collecting his pieces. Yes?
Are there any names that particularly jump out to me as historically important dragons? I'm spitballing here, maybe.
The big question is, how much do you know about historically important dragons? Because this is levels of history on the... This is history on the scale of millennia.
Should I perform a Well,
You may. It will be with a disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you're still good at it, but at some point, like, this is history that is beyond most civilizations.
Well, that's bad first roll.
At least the authors that Feihu is collecting.
16.
16's pretty good. You find the name of a king, which is a name that you recognize, and may or may not be surprised to find out that that particular king was in fact a dragon who spent the vast majority of their time in human form. They ended up leading one of the countries that ended up in the Deafening War. And it's a little fascinating. It's like semi-autobiographical. There's some journal pieces. It looks to be effectively a bit of archival done by this individual's scribe. And Feihu has decided to collect them. Even by current terms, the Draconic is even a little archaic. It's not... the language clearly has not evolved as much as some of the other languages across the continent, but clearly there are some rhetorical changes to the language.
Feihu. I would imagine that these would be beyond any sort of price. But how would you perhaps, in place of a reward, be willing to, at the very least, lend this piece to me for the time being?
Not a chance. I apologize, but those will not leave this cave.
Just how disappointing.
You may come visit and read them, I suppose. But I've spent my lifetime collecting those, and I'd be damned if they end up somewhere in the desert. I appreciate your appreciation for my beautiful, wonderful things, but I don't trust you that far.
No. Awfully disappointed.
Loka, here. And she kind of reaches and she opens a crate that is filled with a whole bunch of bottles with various liquids. Some of them are glowing, some of them are not, some of them are bubbling, some of them are not. And he goes, all right, so, or she goes, so this is not a, I cannot make you into a dragon. This is something that is beyond me, as far as magic is concerned, and I'm fairly certain it would be impossible physiologically. However, would you be interested in being able to breathe fire?
Does it hurt?
Not you. See, ordinarily, I am a, I do the, crackling. I here. And she kind of, like, opens her mouth and, just, like, sparks, like, a little arc of lightning forward. It's a little awkward, and she, like, not used to doing that in this, okay, I'm not gonna do that again.
Okay, but I want to do that.
The lightning?
Yeah.
I can't do the lightning, but I can help you do the fire. Potentially here, and she pulls a like bright orange flask. That is just, it's full of potion. And she hands it to you. She goes, if you drink this, then you should be able to breathe fire, at least for a little bit. I probably wouldn't recommend this being your full reward, as it is temporary, but by all means, if you would like to. If you wanted to breathe lightning, like we do...
Stop else.
Maybe, actually, if you bring this, and she gestures to the potion, to the alchemist in town, she might be able to work on something for you.
Okay. I can do that.
Yeah.
A little bit of a little side quest for Loka.
Yeah, it might take you a little bit of time, but I think she'd be able to do it.
Okay, thank you.
For sure. Alright. Armor. It's about at this point, you see that Zerga is also in the cave, a little bit further deeper into the cave, where it is not as entirely filled. And she has the chest that you all brought with you on the wagon, and she's like slowly unloading things into the cave.
Just moving in.
She currently has like a little easel with a little canvas set up and a little set of paints. In addition to, she has her own little like pedestal set aside, which she is putting. There are actually like it's a small variety of gilded gemstones. Each of them have like a gemstone in the center and are like carved into the shape of a creature. One's like a squirrel, one's a bird, or gilded in the shape of an animal. They have like an animal encased around it in which the gem is set. She's just like she's unpacking. She's effectively moving in.
Cute.
Horde mate.
Effectively. She continues rummaging. She's gonna go looking for stuff. But you're all allowed to explore the Horde for a little bit. It's gonna take Zerga a moment to find something.
Oh yeah, Peshmina's already been like flitting around from like looking at everything shiny that is not a coin, piece of armor, or I don't know, things she just doesn't care about. She's looking at jewelry, gems, and all the little cute things that there may be.
May I flip through this book?
Sure, by all means.
Hey, someone wants to see if he can... Oh wait, the deafening war. We found... Can I find anything mentioning the Order of the Last Sunset within...
Within the book?
Yes, or perhaps even just the ideals of them, because how are they connected to the Order... was the Order of the Last Sunset connected to the...
The Order of the Last Sunset,
deafening war?
or rather the orders, the two orders, the Orders of Sunset and Sunrise, effectively disappeared from history books and texts after the deafening.
Okay. And that's what Hasan is going to be looking for. Any mentions of the sunset or the sunrise.
Yes.
Or like just flipping through.
It takes a bit of reading. Let's get back to that in like 20 minutes of game time.
Okay.
That's going to take a while to read. Zeron, this is impressive, certainly. It's not like immensely impressive, but it's pretty impressive.
It's still a lot. It's very different.
For a cave in the middle of the desert, it is an inexplicable amount of wealth. And
yeah.
I don't mean to understate the amount of just like coins and gems that are also around. They are clearly given much less care than the items that Feihu has collected.
Yeah.
But there is a very large quantity of coin available. A lot of it is actually very odd coin. An amount of it is Thranian coin. Some of it is older. It's got the stamps of some previous or just other civilization on it.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is kind of non-branded. A lot of it is simply gold coin of like
Gold, yeah.
I don't know, some kind of generic thing. Some of it's bars. A lot of it is gems. There's lots of rings, jewels, trinkets, lots of jewelry kind of in the mix.
I think they're interested, but they're not also like unga bunga, I look around everything. They're just kind of like, this is a nice collection that they've started. But I think they're just kind of like up against one of the walls. If there's like an open area and just kind of leaning up against it, just kind of watching everyone else.
Excellent. After a bit of rummaging, Hasan, Zerga gets back to you with a couple of rings. She kind of looks between them and she goes, well, one of them has a little like jewel encrusted bird on it. And the other one is this like polished steel in the shape of a shield. And she goes, all right, I've got a couple of options for you. Let me know how you would prefer between these things. I have one that will help you resist some amount of harm, or one that makes you a bit more flighty, something that will maybe help you avoid some things. And for you, Eli, the player, she is holding up a ring of evasion and a ring of protection.
Evasion. Let's see. Ring of protection. Sorry, I'm looking up both of these things right now.
Loka, your eye may be drawn, if you so choose, to a small, a modest, but reasonable collection of magic weapons she seems to have collected. There is not a trident, but there is a bident.
Okay.
Which appears to have been, it's got a gem set in the hilt and another, like, I think it's an opal set into the heel of the like shaft of the bident. And it's got this nice kind of like, it has a pleasant curvature to it.
I didn't realize Biden was a real word.
Yes, it is. And a real weapon.
Cool. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean,
In addition to, like, there's some swords. There's like a big sword. There's a fucking massive great sword. In addition to a very, like... It looks very Thronian. It's like this curved scimitar with a golden etched blade just along the edge that, like, settles into this extremely polished, shiny brass handle.
hey, yeah, Loka's definitely gonna. Honestly, I think he's probably doing something he shouldn't be, which is swinging them around. Especially if he can get his hands on the big sword.
The big sword, excellent.
Which I'm imagining he can't fully lift up. Which is
You've got a lot of strength. It's awkward to wield, but like it's a great sword. You can hold it.
Not balanced for you, but
I
you
am
are
gonna
strong.
ask you for wisdom save. Wisdom save, just to see if you have the common sense to not activate it accidentally.
Oh my god.
Where did I just put my d20? Oh, here it is. Well,
This probably isn't gonna end well.
+2, that's 5.
That's a 5. Excellent.
Oh, no.
Immediately a like firebolt shoots off linearly in the direction of wherever you were pointing this greatsword at the time.
Uh-oh.
Just all right. Who does it hit?
I'm more worried about what does it hit.
Yeah, that was kind of my worry.
Even better.
You know what? Let's let the dice decide.
Perfect.
Is high good or high?
High is
or-
bad.
Oh,
Nice.
That is a 12.
Okay.
Feihu is going to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no, jeez.
Do I have any reactions to this? No, I don't have any reactions. No, nothing
I
to
have
either.
deflect missiles, but that does not count towards a fucking
I
fireball.
do not think you would be able to do that with a firebolt. +0 to dex. I'm surprised. Well, plus 5 to the saving throws.
I will remind you that she currently has a ring of evasion in her hand.
She is currently...
She's holding.
That's super true.
2 different rings.
That's really funny.
That's really good.
I'm gonna see how she rolls. 13. 13 plus 5 is 18, which will
Oh, come on,
succeed.
Yeah.
And she is wearing a ring of evasion, which allows her to automatically exceed a saving throw. So she, like, very narrowly sidesteps this firebolt firing at her, which, like, flings by, scorches the wall, barely avoids hitting, like, a rack of enchanted bracers. And she just kind of, like, very slowly turns around and looks at you like you are the smallest thing in the world, Loka.
The sword clatters on the ground. He's like, I didn't die!
Don't do that again.
Peshmina also immediately just stops touching anything that she was touching. Like, oh shit.
At least ask first, and she will give the 2 rings to you for the moment, Hasan, and like move over and like step over you, Loka, and just like put the weapons back in the rack and puts them in a very specific order.
Because I definitely had messed that up as well.
Yes,
Absolutely.
100%. Once she's kind of arranged the bits, she's just like, is there anything? I did notice you have a magical weapon already, Peshmina.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Is
Wait,
there?
really?
Oh yes, this your swingy thing. I haven't
Meteor
done
hammer.
Meteor Hammer. That's a powerful name. Yes, it is. It's enchanted.
Oh. Can you tell with what?
Oh,
How?
sure. Give me a moment. And she kind of like, would you mind handing it to me?
She does.
Hey, Sam seems kind of like, but that's my job.
And Feihu holds it for a moment, and her brow just kind of like furrows for a moment as she kind of looks at it. She cocks her head to one side, and she goes, well, first off, it is simply it's an enchanted weapon. It is more effective than your average weapon, simply by virtue of being enchanted. It will strike true and hit harder than most, as it has been imbued with magical proficiency. It's fairly standard. It's how it is the way most people enchant weapons. Makes sense. But it's made of something. There's like. So when I look into it with my magic, with how the identification spell works, it penetrates as far as the head of the hammer and the rope and the functional use of the weapon, but my insight into it stops at the surface of the hammer. Sorry, that... How to explain? You know how you can... Thin... The clothing people like to wear in Althra, the thin garments. They cover, but you can see through them, you know? Normally, I should be able to see through the object, but it's like someone put a wall behind the mesh. There's something, like it's made out of something that my magic can't get into.
Such a thing exists?
Oh, it's well, I suppose, that is, and she actually, like, where it has now been placed among a rack of other things, the iron band. She goes, this actually works very similarly. So I suppose it may simply have a core of enchanted iron. That would make sense, I suppose. I suppose I kind of expected the full head of the hammer to be the brass or gold or whatnot, but that makes sense if it's plated.
It is quite heavy, heavier than...
Just iron, I guess. Interesting.
How would you believe that these could be bypassed?
What do you mean?
Do you believe it's possible to say something was imprisoned or hidden by said iron core? How would one look beyond it or disable it, even if temporarily?
Break it, melt it down. I mean, if it's a
Holds the
core of
meteor
iron,
hammer
there's nothing.
closer.
If it's a core of iron, there's nothing to like see through. It just simply means that they enchanted an iron object, which is a little odd, but you know, to each their own.
Let's not break open my meteor hammer, please.
No, it's beautiful. Perhaps when you are done adventuring, you might donate it to my wall. It's a wonderful object. Or, obviously, maybe your own wall. I don't... Do You're not interested in making a horde, are you? That's not really your thing.
Not like this.
How do you like it, by the way?
It's pretty.
Thank you.
His son was say, or if you would like it to serve a greater academic purpose, you could leave it with me.
Yes, and then no one will see it.
Yes, no one will see it, and it will be forever preserved safely.
Well, for right now I need it, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Of course.
Well, and like, honestly, who really sees any of this stuff down here, too, you know? Like, so we're seeing this, but I feel like you never must be the first, besides for you.
Oh, I've had a couple of friends over the years. At least, humanoids, such as yourselves. And several of mine kin, of course, have visited. We like to share presentation tips and whatnot.
Hey son, so, forgive me, I believe I've made my decision. I will take the shield ring.
Excellent. And she takes the winged bird ring and places it back in its little case next to all the others. Kind of looks over to you, Zeron, with the far walls. You've been rather quiet. Is there anything you just coin?
I do not know.
Well, feel free to take your time. I had hoped to at least give you all the impression of what may be available. And that which I may or may not be willing to trade. These things are precious to me, and I would not part with them lightly. But you've done a great service, and that said, I am interested in continuing to sponsor your group and your travels, should you so desire.
Kithon says, the patronage of a dragon would be particularly wonderful to me, and I have no objection against this.
But simply a patron of the town outside these walls, yes?
Yes, of course.
My thanks.
By a fortune.
I think there is something I want, but I don't really care for coin or anything in here.
Oh? She seems intrigued.
But if it's alright with you, we could talk about it later.
Oh, of course. By all means.
And I don't know if Loka really has the ability to discern what these weapons do, aside from by accident.
The vast majority of them are simply just like plus weapons, plus ability weapons. The great sword you picked up is a very specific piece, but the majority of them are either +1 or +2 weapons.
Okay.
Hey, Daisy,
Yes.
can I touch this one?
And he points at the Biden.
Of course.
Does it shoot any fireballs?
No, but it can make water.
For real?
Yes.
Loka, like, gingerly grabs it.
It feels kind of electric. It's weighted well, though light. It appears that the tips and tail are made out of like it's not a metal. It's like a polished, very shiny, like coral, like some kind of organic matter that's like grown but has been sharpened into tips and blades at the end of the bident itself. And yeah, so for you, Matt, player,
Yeah.
it is a +1 bident, and it can has the spell attached Shape Water that you can cast once a day.
I loved that. Shape Water is such an interesting fucking spell. It's like Control Flame.
But for water.
But yeah, essentially, or at least it's similar to it from what I remember.
That is cool.
Or sorry, you can just cast Shape Water. It's not once a day because Shape Water is a cantrip.
Even better.
You can just damn.
The sea's pot for me alone. All right.
So I can just make water like in the desert?
Well, no, it's less make, more control.
Control water in the desert.
There's actually a fun trick that you can do with it in the desert.
Oh, I was just about to say there is no fucking water in the desert.
Ah, see, that's where you'd be wrong. There is water in the desert. It's all over. But it's not on the surface. It's underneath the ground. But using Shape Water, using the spell attached to that spear, you can actually draw it out from the underground into the surface, into pool it onto the surface to be able to drink. And the sand itself filters it fairly effectively.
I can't reach that far?
Occasionally. It's not the most consistent way to obtain water, but given a bit of time and searching and casting, it will come.
We do still have that flask.
You do. And obviously, if you continue to, if you continue this business arrangement between the two of us, then you're more than welcome to continue using it on your travels in and out of the Phasia.
Oh.
I think he grabs his trident in his other hand and kind of like weighs them both. Kind of like thrusts both of them forward. Tries to figure out how he feels about it and then goes,
Yeah, okay, I think I'll take it.
Excellent. An awful quiet, Zeron.
Forgive me. I think I shall pass.
On reward as a whole?
I assume so. It's not very heroic, I feel, to take something of such value from you.
It's very kind of you. I can be useful in other ways. Should there be perhaps something I could research for you? Something I could attempt to uncover with my connections?
Then how about any sort of reward be a favor to be owed in the
He
future?
just kind of smiles. A favor from a dragon. I quite like that. Yes, of course. That sounds like fun.
Wonderful.
Well, all right. If you all are satisfied and having looked around, I can bring us back to town. Very quickly, Hassan, can you roll Arcana? Hassan and Zeron, can you roll Arcana? And Pejmina, can you roll History?
You're
Give me 1 second. I'm changing rooms.
Ah, gotcha.
Hell yeah, D&D Beyond Pride Dice. Fucking, a natural 20.
Solid.
16.
Oh.
16's pretty good. I like that it tells you specifically that it was rolled with dice of true color. In the little log. It's very funny to me.
Yeah. That's cute.
What did you roll, Zeron?
16.
16,
15
excellent.
plus 1.
Sorry, Cole. What did you want me to roll?
Arcana.
Yes. Also, are we going to resolve the reading thing?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
19.
19's good. Zeron and Hassan. As you're headed out, it was a little hard to tell coming in, but you can see on the floor beneath you, as you are exiting out, there's this 10-foot wide spell circle drawn on the floor of the cavern, the hoard cavern, that appears to be a teleportation circle. It looks like a permanent teleportation circle, specifically. There's a, they're fairly common in, high traffic locations. They're a little bit hard to... I can get into the specifics of how they work, because they work a little... They function a little funkily. But this is effectively a location that people can teleport to and from if they know the address of the circle they're teleporting to and from. And Pejmina, with not natural 20 on history, you remember that there were a lot of circles like this at your home monastery, just in a few different locations. Probably not familiar with what they are specifically, or what they do. They were not, in active use. They were just a funky symbol that was on the ground.
Thank you?
Yes?
What do the symbols on the ground mean?
Oh, it's a teleportation circle. You use them to get from places to other places very quickly, and if you spend a long time doing it repeatedly in the same place, it stays. It's permanent, and then other people can teleport to it or from it.
Pashmina visibly relaxes.
This one is actually... So this is mine. It's in my little hoard. Only a sparse few individuals know its location or organization of runes. But I most frequently use it to visit my friend in the mountains, Astior. He's been doing a lot of astrological things, star reading, kind of divination, keeping an eye on things. He's a very unique individual.
Which mountains?
The Lumter Mountains, out west. Not quite to the coast, but in the center of the continent.
Okay.
He says it gets him the best view of the astral horizon, and also just covers the most of the continent that he can. It's an observatory, I think. A common name for it.
Can Hassan... How long would it take for Hassan to memorize this
A
rune
minute.
pattern?
To memorize the address of a teleportation circle.
Can he do that?
Yep.
Yay! I have found the checkpoint. I will now respawn here when I die.
Yes, that's how it works. Uh-huh. Let's move forward with that assumption. Book reading. So you spend some time reading the Journal of Agbar the Wise, a semi-autobiographical history recorded by his scribe at the time, that primarily precedes and then follows the Deafening War. There's not a lot of knowledge coming directly from that period of time, but you do get to read a number, having scanned through it, let's say, probably not having read thoroughly through the whole thing. The tensions preceding the war, and then some of the kind of aftermath following. Most notably, there were primarily political tensions regarding some use of a few different magics, magic under names that you don't quite recognize. Nowadays we have like fairly standardized names for the different types of magic, you know, like pyromancy, abjuration, chronomancy, conjuration, etc. But this appears to be from a time when those individual intersections weren't as clearly defined or standardized across like the wizarding world.
So not the unknown magics, it's more of a linguistic...
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like calling geology stenography. It's like,
Okay.
or stenography is not the right word, but like it is effectively just using outdated names for the known existing forms of magic.
Okay.
But yeah, it appears to be some amount of concern regarding the increased use of magics and enchanted individuals in like guards and militaries and like across borders, and like this increased there's increased secrecy across all these countries. These different nations that are like slowly building power are becoming like more insulated and withholding more and more secrets from each other. And then there's this like huge time gap. And then when next there are reports, they are in different handwriting. And they are about the same country attempting to recover from famine. They're primarily about like these various effects. There's drought, there's famine, there is a couple unknown sicknesses, and just having a real rough time, it sounds like, without a lot of information about what happened in between.
Okay. And it was Agbar the Wise?
Agbar the Wise, yes.
Alright. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. A red dragon. But spent the vast majority of his time on Gaiul as a human. All right. So we've got a ring, a new weapon, a favor, and another time. She looks at Peshmina. I am certain that we will. I'm sure that will be very interesting in the future. All right, let's head back to town, and how about you all just spend some time relaxing, discussing amongst yourselves what you would like to do next. I by no means intend to impress you into furthering my agendas necessarily, but should you desire for some travel, for some intention, please return to me, and I will be more than willing to give you something to do.
Thank you for even letting us see all of this.
I relish the opportunity. Not many get to see it. Not many, I would entrust with the responsibility of knowledge of its location. And I trust you all will be very careful with that information, yes?
Yes, we will.
I've already seen what happens when you don't.
Does a little like cross over her heart.
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about me. I don't even remember where we put our horn.
You have a horn?
Yeah?
Oh. I was gonna ask where is it, but that and question's already been.
Maybe you really are part dragon.
That's what I've been trying to tell people. For at least the last day. And nobody's believed me.
Well, maybe sometime in the future we can conduct a blood ritual.
That sounds good.
What's a blood ritual?
It's involved. And unpleasant at times. It's called a blood ritual, so I should hope that communicates the gravity of the processes involved.
I don't know, it sounds fun.
It's usually used to when there is some internal debate about whether one is a dragonborn or true half-dragon. As one is created from a dragon's brood, and the other is created by a kinship between dragon and other. Though they can bear very similar features, and sometimes people just want to know, so someone made a process for it. I'm sure this would be fine magically, I think. I'd want to run some tests.
I mean, we can always back pocket it, I don't wear pants, but I try and trust your back pocket
For sure, yes.
my blood or something. I don't know.
That's lovely. Alright, let's get back to Mirage. And she will guide you all back to Mirage. It's still have gone from mid-morning to late morning. And she kind of leads you back to the Misty Vale and is about to depart for her other business.
As they're walking back, Pashmina walks beside you, Hasan.
Mm-hmm.
I have kind of a big favor to ask.
Name it.
So, do you still have those pages?
Yes, I had forgotten to throw them out. Well, actually, no. Hasan would say, at that point, no, I disposed of them in the desert, although I have copied the contents of them, and I can do so again if you'd wish.
Yeah, I kind of need those.
Very well. I suppose that's what you're going to be asking Feihu about?
I mean, right now she's one of the only leads I have.
I'm sure she'll be able to... Well, I'll get to it then. I'm sure she'll be able to answer something. I'm sure she'll be able to answer something. I was reading through some of her books, and there is one who has direct experience with the Deafening War, so I'm sure there's something she can help you with. I'll get it to you I'll get it to you before the end of the day.
Thank you.
Of course. There's actually something that I've been perhaps noticed. You seem to be slightly concerned by the teleportation circle. Is there any reason why?
Just reasonably nervous about random magic circles. They can do lots of things. Luckily, teleportation is pretty harmless for the most part.
Yes, of course. And believe me, it could actually prove fairly useful to us. Should I ever learn it in the future, we could use it we could possibly use that ourselves. Knowing the simple runes would allow me or us to go anywhere.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Either way, Anyway, that was all. Either way, I will get those pages to you. And although I suppose I should also be asking, now that we are here, do you wish to continue your work with her?
With Fahio?
Yes.
Well, I was happy to work with her before. Well, yes. she, uh, she looks a little nervous. I wasn't expecting how dangerous this last little bit was going to be. But I'm with you, so I guess it's okay.
Huh. Oh no, I'm with you. You're the one who's keeping me safe here. Don't get anything mixed up. You're probably the most powerful of us. Besides the absurd constitution of our fish friend.
I mean, the way I see it, you've been saving my neck as well. Basically, since we met.
That's perhaps an overstatement, but I'm happy for the compliment. Well, either way, I shall. Is that all you needed?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, I shall talk to you later then. I shall copy those pages for you.
Thank you. She gives you like a little side hug.
Oh, huggy hugs. Hassan is a bit more used to it now.
You said you're having this conversation as we were walking back, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I would also love to have a conversation while we're walking back.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'd like to chat with Fahio actually a little bit.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, you got told that we ran into, the towns.
Yes. Yes.
You had said something that you had seen them before, dealt with them before, in what kind of capacity? Like, what are they? Who are they?
So, a long time ago, I used to live near the center of the continent. Actually, quite near the mountains where my friend lives. And unfortunately, those of my kind are very territorial. And me and my brood were in some very opportune location, center of the continent, a wonderful hunting ground, immense local wealth from the mines to collect and to acquire. It was the age of wizardry. There was after the age of wizardry, at least, there was an incredible amount of scholars and arcanists in the area from whom to learn and to teach. But some of us don't like to share. So, a particularly angered or zealous, I suppose, Black Dragon declared my brood his rivals, and using a number of agents of his, they bore the symbol of the Black Talon, kicked us out. And that is, to put it quite mildly. In more precise terms, he came in. I was barely a hatchling at the time. My father had created 3 more eggs next to mine, and they were all shattered.
Oh.
Our hoard was stolen from us. Our positions at the academy were forfeit because we couldn't live there anymore. And me, my sister, and my mother left. Unfortunately, my mother did not leave unscathed. She had been poisoned and died some years later.
That's awful.
Yes, and it was a long time ago, and I don't know if they're still around. But every once in a while, I hear someone of the Talons pop up. I understand it's being used as a symbol in the Haraxan Coalition nowadays. It's been adopted by a great number of groups, but I find it important to steer clear.
So presumably, but all these organizations would be tied to this same person, the same.
I don't know. Last I knew, he died during the hunts, much like the rest of us. But there's really no way to tell right now. I think it, for the most part, any manifestations of it nowadays it's a rallying point. It's this symbol of great slayers, this once prestigious egg breakers and hoard takers, and that's a powerful symbol if you're looking to break eggs and take hoards.
So it's simply used by opportunists to what's the word I'm looking for? Harken back to harken back to these old values, perhaps something just over attachment to a set of ideals.
That's my understanding of it, anyway.
How silly.
Once we moved east out to the desert and the Natskog, we didn't hear much about it. Whispers every once in a while, but then, as you all are familiar with currently, dragons, for the most part, disappeared. I'm sure there are many of us still out there. I know of a couple. But hunted to extinction is the way it goes, I suppose.
Do you know, we have no doubt angered the ones that we encountered. Do you know how far the reach of the Haraxan Coalition is? And do you know how much danger we will possibly be in?
We hadn't talked about it much. What did you all do to anger them that may be of some import in this case?
Well, nothing more than warn their quarry, your sister, of their intentions, and destroy much of her hoard, and escape with her.
Nuisance for sure. I wouldn't see it as a direct... I doubt you would be seen as a direct threat to the coalition itself. They're just... I understand it to be... It's a collection of states under some ruler. I try to avoid politics these days. But I doubt very much they were here in an official capacity under the Thronians, who arguably are the authority of the area. I'd certainly be wary of the individuals you met, but I wouldn't think the coalition itself would be turned against you in any kind of meaningful capacity.
That's good, at least.
I don't know, my fault.
Thinking.
They just piss me off. Really. I think that's the best way to put it. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, they were planning on killing my sister. I am likewise incensed.
I believe Loka's wound is more one of pride. Weren't you the one who they called small game?
they called me small game?
Oh, you didn't know that?
I, the player, do not remember this.
I believe they called... It was something along those lines.
Zaraj referred to the group, your group at large, as small game. But I don't know if Zeron communicated that exact wording.
I don't remember. So I'm going to assume no.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I don't know, it just pisses me off. I don't know. I don't want them to do this thing.
Well, as for the Rackentha Coalition's reach at large, I understand that they have a few diplomats in Elthra currently, as Elthra is trying to make more moves outside of the desert itself. They are, by all accounts, simply another nation like the rest of us. Well, the rest of us. We're a bit of a loose band of oasis towns out here.
Yes. Also, Fahil, there is actually another thing I've been meaning for you to ask.
By all means, it's a long walk back to Mirage.
Sorry, Cole.
No, I like this as a narrative conceit for conversation time with Fahil.
We have a wealth of information just standing in our midst. We gotta.
I set up a lot of this to give you a lot of time to have conversations.
Okay.
This is the express purpose of, like, this session, basically.
Yeah. Alright. I have a few questions. First, regarding the annual storms. That a simple one. That is not caused by your presence, is it?
It is, oh god. I had a bad day about 70 years ago.
Oh.
And I was having a fit. I was really upset. I had just it was a bad time in Mirage at the time. And in a fit of temper tantrum rage, I caused a storm nearby, and some locals saw it and happened to notice that it made interesting crystals, interesting sand formations in the ground. One of them expressed an interest in the local jewelers with it that was nearby, and a bad day turned into a good opportunity. So I keep doing them every year.
Wait, so it's not a natural phenomena?
No, it's me.
Well, as long as you are in full control of it, then there was nothing for me to be concerned about.
It is of the material plane. It is certainly power manifested. I can't actually do it. That is an effect I cannot recreate outside of Mirage. My own influence here has given me some control over the surroundings of the town, including that of a particular and peculiar and attractive storm.
I guess I'm
Looks
just glad.
very grumpy.
No. I guess I'm just glad that you were able to turn something so negative into something really positive. And she admires the bracelet on
It's
her
fun.
wrist.
It's a good time. People love it. I'm glad to have provided a little tourist attraction.
Out of curiosity, was it the annexation? Please tell me it was the annexation.
I will say attempted annexation, and they weren't respecting my letters. Attempted a semi-hostile takeover by skull-numbing legislation.
Hassan is giggling to himself.
I have to ask, just really quickly, from the storms and whatnot, and they'll kind of nudge the blue scale that they had turned into an earring. Is this one of yours then?
Oh.
It's actually one of my mother's.
Oh.
Oh.
She was a great dragon, and so I have a collection of them.
Are you sure you would not like it back?
She was a traveler. When she passed, she wanted it. She wanted to continue to travel.
Oh.
I understand. Thank you for telling me.
Of course. They shine so brightly. That's why they make great pendants.
'Tis my favorite earring to date.
Good to hear.
Oh yes. And what would you happen to know, if anything, of a settlement within the middle of
What?
So you're just as befuddled as we are, or I am. We are, whatever. While in your sister's clutches, a few of the more observant of us happened to notice a few little black dots wandering around a black void in the desert, in which sand sunk into.
I've seen the
there's
pit.
a canyon. But then there were people, or I don't know if they were, well, probably people. I don't really know. I just saw movement down there.
There was something in the pit.
Yes.
Odd.
It perhaps a tunnel to the Underdark, nothing you would be aware of?
Yeah, I confess I haven't flown through there in quite a long time.
It was pretty harrowing.
The pit.
I'd imagine.
You have seen
it's in
the
Hav's
pit.
Wrath. I have seen the pit.
How long has it been there?
I couldn't tell you. It's always been there. I've only flown through Hav's Wrath a couple of times. It was there both times I flew through. But I don't recall any beings. Just pit.
Now there's people in it, I guess.
Very unusual.
Was there any?
You're like going through all your notes.
Yeah, sorry.
I love the mental image of Hason like flipping through his notes rapidly while we have time with them. Just like checking this off, checking that off. That's good. I like that.
Scarabs, la-di-da. And I suppose one. No, that'll be for a different time. Okay.
Do you all have any highlights from your time away? We've spoken of your escapades briefly, but curious if you had any particular moments of interest from traveling the Phasia.
Ethan will think for a moment. Well, not one I could specifically speak to you of. We could speak to, although I'm suppose Pashmina and Zoran could speak to you of their escapade, of their small heist within Althra's library.
Pashmina just looks away from the group, crosses her arms.
I see.
Well, in the attempts to find some information, which I will not talk about, our good friend here, my good friend here snuck into, not broke into,
She's like gritting her teeth.
snuck into a library and tore up several pages of a nice book.
We only committed one crime. It's fine.
So embarrassing.
Oh yes, indeed embarrassing.
Pashmina, you know what? Pashmina starts speed walking.
Well, I see. That's certainly is interesting.
Ah, yes. There was also the matchel of the purple worms between Mirage and.
You saw a whole purple worm.
No. Why does everybody keep believing we see the whole purple worms? No, small purplish worms, small, perhaps tiny ones. No, not nearly as exciting. Not as much as I wish it. This desert does not holds the amazing things in this desert are not always in the same place at once, and we are not, well, fortunately not, a magnet for all of them. There are many things that will. To be honest, given the state of how things turned out, it was perhaps a good thing that that things did not that we did not see as much as we possibly could have. There were no elementals that strayed out of Havsrath. There were no sudden dust storms that sent us spiraling across the desert in a completely different direction. Perhaps the one, but we were already thoroughly what's the word I'm looking for? Sheltered for that. There were of course the bandit troubles which we spoke to you of. Oh yes, this one might be perhaps more interest to you. Well, the Haraxan Coalition, under the supposedly doing mercenary work, although this could have possibly just been a front, was working to expand the influence of a Thronian house. Let's see. That is somewhere in my notes.
Kessel, I believe. House Kessel.
House Kessel within the town of Roselake. Didn't see how that went, but there's very much at least that development. Oh yes, and of course the kobold. I forgot about the kobold again. What was the kobold's name again?
Lorp.
Lorp, yes. Oh yes, Lorp. Fellow who we unfortunately lost track of, but is now somewhere in the desert with a bag of rings that summon the unholy remains of snakes.
Huh. That's fascinating.
Odd fellow that was being imprisoned by the gentleman that was being imprisoned by the gentleman who was in possession of your band.
Curious.
Of course. That was not. Forgive me. There are so many things I have meant to ask you of that I keep forgetting all of them, and then I just need to ask more. Well, no, that'd probably be for another time. I wouldn't want to waste your time trying to translate for me the amateurish notations of this necromantic text.
A necromantic text, you say?
Oh yes,
Well,
yes. Well, the one again in possession the one who was again in the possession of your bracelet was an amateur necromancer.
Mm-hmm.
Was an amateur necromancer of sorts. Have his notes here. They're very haphazard, and well, not even his. He supposedly stole them or acquired them from somewhere else. And I was hoping to understand it more often what he was trying to do and perhaps who he was drawing from.
She puts a hand on the journal, on the book, and kind of stops and looks at you, Hisan, for a minute and just goes, I avoid the necromantic arts. I have for a long time. I just want to let you know now, there lies madness. It is an arcane art that wears away at the user until there is nothing left.
Hisan pauses for a moment. But is it not? Is it all not also a magic of sort of renewal, the magic of preservation?
I understand how it might be easy to think that. But everyone I've ever known who starts down that path believes that they will be the ones to unlock the secret of using it safely, or identifying how it will help the living, and all it makes is death.
Heisan looks at the... will look at the journal concerningly and then back at Feiyu. I will not deny your experiences, but I cannot agree with your conclusion that nothing good can possibly come from this.
I understand.
He'll simply say, those of us in the archive say that all knowledge can be used for good. That though knowledge is dangerous, knowledge is always, always good. And its preservation and understanding can only be a benefit to the planet and to life as a whole. But I respect your hesitance and your perhaps not unwillingness but warnings to partake.
I'm also not the only one to have opinions about this. Mine, Circa. Astior, the companion I'd mentioned, disagrees with me and would have similar opinions to you, in fact, about its usage, though he has not lived as long as I. But should you want to delve further into this, and just kind of like gestures broadly at the book, he may be able to give you some insights.
I'm sure I would love to meet him. He sounds like a fantastic fellow who I would hold much in common with.
Luckily, if you all continue on, he's actually who I intend to send you to meet. While I have, I understand he has some, he needs some help. And I need to, and currently with my responsibilities at the town, unable to leave for any reasonable period of time.
Oh, a journey across the continent, how lovely!
Through the teleportation circles, in fact, if you wouldn't mind. Would be the fastest way, in fact. You may take more mundane means, but it's a lot of road.
Yes, of course.
Oh, hey, look, it's Mirage.
Hooray, we got through my list.
If you have need of me further, feel free to bother me anytime that I don't look too busy. I swear this town will be the death of me one day, but not today. I hope you have a good stay. Stay at the Misty Vale Inn for as long as you need. I have the top room reserved, so for as long as you four are in there, it will not be loaned out to anyone else. Alright. Have a lovely day.
Thank you for the toboggan.
You're welcome. And she hustles off.
What toboggan?
Toboggan!
Loka immediately goes to the alchemist shop.
Alright. Yeah. Last you visited, the proprietor was working on attempting to recreate the disguising mist of the mirage effect. And as you enter this time, she is in fact working on the stills once again, but appears to be kind of lost in thought as she kind of gazes at these boilers. And notices you coming up.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes? Hi, hello. Hi, yes, hello.
Hi, yes, hello. I have this.
And he pulls out the potion of fire breathing, I assume it is.
Cool.
And I was told that you could make this lightning.
What is it?
It's supposed to make me breathe fire. But
Ah.
do you see the Do you see this?
And he like waves his hand through the storm cloud.
It gives like a little spark, but doesn't zap you.
So I don't know what the hell this is, but I like it. And I want to use it. And yeah, it's just kind of my whole deal, really, honestly.
That's kind of a weird request, but she kind of like takes the bottle and like swirls it around a bit. She like pulls out a very small glass and like pours just a little bit into it and like drinks, like pours that into her mouth, like swishes it around a bit, like kind of looks determined. She like swallows and then like and like spits out like just like a little tongue of flame. It's just like lightning. I could do poison.
The fuck is that gonna do me?
Well, all right, fair.
Suddenly I poison myself. That's bad.
Lightning. Well, if you mix it with, need a reagent, but you know, I think I could do that. It might take a bit.
How long is a bit?
Research and development. You'll get the first batch for sure. But let's say a couple weeks.
A couple weeks?
And a reasonable fee for, you know, research and brewing.
A reasonable fee?
But once it's produced, you'll have certainly the first batch. That'd be 3 to 5 potions or so.
If I take this to Alpha, do you think I'd get a better deal?
Bastard.
If you take it to Althra, I'd be surprised if they turn it into anything but wine.
Oh, you don't trust them then over there?
They're great with the textiles and the enchantments and the beautiful clothing and the beautiful women and the beautiful men. But when it comes to making a completely reasonable alchemical product, they barely know a reagent from a reagents.
I don't even know what that meant.
Exactly.
So
Neither do the people in Althra. But hey, that's just my opinion. Go take it to Althra. Have them ruin your potion. It's fine.
This is great.
Loka has stopped functioning. You just
Loka.exe has crashed.
Yeah.
Delayed gratification.exe has not started.
Yeah. Because I think in his mind he's like, but I want lightning. Like, but she told me I could do it.
Okay, can you do a blood ritual then?
Oh, what?
A blood ritual. I want to be able to.
What
to
in the 9 hells and 7 heavens is that?
I don't know. It's a blood ritual. You tell me.
I can take your blood. And then I will have some of your blood, and I can give your blood back to you.
But we gotta use it for a ritual.
I'm not really a... Look, I know I've got the horns and the tail. I'm not really a ritual kind of person.
So you can't change it into lightning potion, and you can't do a blood ritual.
I can change it into lightning potion. It will just take time.
She's like, I'm a scientist, goddammit.
How much time?
2 weeks!
God damn it!
And, like, about 50 gold.
Woo.
Money.
Where's my money at? I gotta fucking.
You have a lot of money.
Oh, 50 gold. 2 weeks of my life that I'll never get back.
Well, you don't have to, you don't have to do any part of that. You just...
Yes, I do. I have to wait. I don't want to wait. I was so excited.
Also, for reference, this potion normally costs like 100 to 150 gold.
Well, because
And after 2 weeks, you'd be getting between 3 and 5 of them. But lightning.
Yeah, I'm not doing this like as a Matt wants this for less.
Totally understand. Just wanted to let you know also. Well, just wanted to let Matt, the player, also know.
Yeah, no, Loka's just
I
he's
love
just
this.
throwing a fit.
This is very good.
Okay. 2 weeks. No more. But less if you want.
I'll let you know if it gets done earlier.
Okay. So 2 weeks, a week and a half, 50 gold.
He starts like counting out 50 gold.
Maybe even like a week. Maybe like a week for 50 gold. I don't know. Just thinking out loud.
Oh, you're saying 50 gold per week?
Oh, God.
No, that's not. I'm pretty sure that's not what I said. I said 50 gold for a week, and then it's done in a week. You know, like.
Well, no.
I just like I said, just thinking out loud. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I yes, you can, please, release your thoughts into the air.
I don't need your fucking permission.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so 3 days, 50 gold. Sounds good.
2 weeks, maybe less, 50 gold and the potion.
It's a hard bargain he does, but okay.
Excellent. She takes your money and your potion, and is just like, I'll get on it right away.
I hope so, because you've only got 2 weeks.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
She pours like a little vial of it into a little centrifuge and like hand cranks the centrifuge, and it begins like separating out the ingredients, and she starts writing down notes.
Nightmare client. Holy shit.
She's now fully ignoring you.
That's fine. Loka takes his leave. Muttering, I think, under his breath, which isn't very soft about something. I haven't decided what yet.
Excellent. It's early afternoon in town.
Fuck, what's happening in town?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
The ale merchants are going around. They came up from Dermund, and they're making the rounds of the Phaedra Circle before the end of the larger, greater harvest season. So, and, you know, they're doing their wares. They're selling stuff. There's a couple kegs getting sold in the market. That's kind of the general hubbub. It's pretty quiet.
Hey, well, and this is the good shit. This is the good shit. This is the good shit.
I mean, you mean the ale?
Yeah.
I mean, it's solid. Like it seems like it's like this caravan in particular is like a representative of like a few different breweries in Dermund. So it's like Depends on what you're into. It's not really to the style of the region. This area is a lot more like liquor and mixed drink focused, as far as like the drinking atmosphere of the drinking culture of the Phasia. It's very cold drinks, very mixed drinks, and like something and things that are strong and spicy. Ale is kind of the opposite of that. It's this very like not particularly hard, but like kind of high taste, high bitterness sipping drink. So like there are some takers. It's especially popular among like people who aren't originally from here. But like the kind of summer ales that they're bringing around are like, you know, they're good if it's what you like.
Okay.
Probably not the best. The best would be going to Dermond, because these have been on the road for a month.
Dermond. Alright. And how far out west is the location we're going?
So, should you choose to accept it, Astior the Wizard is located in the Lumterra Mountains, which are in roughly the center of the continent. I am working on an updated world map.
Alright.
Which should help.
Can I do a history to see what the market is like for imported liquors in the center?
In Lumterra?
Yeah.
Sure. Give me a history check.
Thank you. Oh. 18.
18. It's fine. There's actually just like not a huge drinking culture in the mountains. And those that do, it's a particularly frigid climate, so most people, it's kind of a whiskey, whiskey and bourbon focused drinking culture up north, or out west, and then up north vertically, because they're in the mountains.
Okay. Sorry to drag you along that thing to say I'm not going to partake in any buying then.
That is okay. It would certainly be a rarity, but it would probably be hard to offload.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, you're back in town. It sounds like you've kind of spread out a bit. Zoran, are you around? I think they might be getting a soda.
Yeah. Heisan's going to be quickly making a copy of.
Yeah, can we actually take a very quick like bathroom /
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take 5 to 10.
Great.
Alright. I'll throw that in text or voice.
he goes. Goodbye.
Alright, what'd I miss?
Lore about booze for a moment.
Incredible.
I think that was the majority of it.
Perfect.
Very quick break.
Okay.
And return.
Welcome back.
Hello, welcome.
This Muppets Bloodborne? That's very fun.
Absolutely.
I love this fucking image generator.
I'm gonna be really honest while we're on break. I'm really struggling today. I haven't gotten much sleep, and so my need to focus on something when I'm not actively saying something in game is pulling my attention away from what other people are saying, which is not usually what happens. And I was just thinking, Loka's got a couple other things that he wants to do this session, and now I do not remember what they are at all.
Oops.
So,
well, if you do remember, feel free to do things.
Likewise, if we need to call the session a little early, that is okay.
Yeah.
Because if people just aren't feeling good, it's not, not a bad idea to say that we can pick up next time.
I'm good to continue. I'm just struggling.
No
Sometimes
worries. Hard to notice, Loka has been great this session so far, IMO.
Loka's been on fire.
I've found my moments and it really amped him up to 11.
Sometimes. Just playing the character. It's cool and good. Fine. Once the light gets back, we can jam.
Oh no, I've been here.
Oh, alright, cool.
Look back.
Oh, I've been muted. That's why
Welcome
nobody's
back.
been hearing me, I guess. Yeah, you I guess everybody missed my awesome Kermit impression saying, "Prancin the hunt, oh good hunter."
God, now I'm just imagining like all of Gascoigne's lines, but it's Kermit.
Beasts all around the shop.
Oh, the hunt. The blood.
Or-
It calls to me. It's enough
Oh.
to make a man weep. Alright, whatever.
Every
It's hard,
single
it's so hard to do a Kermit.
every single enemy is now voiced by Fozzie.
Oh, how does Fozzie?
Away! Away! You miserable git! Or you crave no you plebeian rat or whatever.
That is very funny.
Ah! He's actually got kind of similar to a Loka thing, so.
Could be like, Carso, some say Cosm!
Why are there so many Kenku Rogue minis on the house, on like people's residences?
They hang
Oh,
out
it's
with-
probably because it's the only like bird folk figure they have. Unfortunate.
It's Tafa. I don't know all their names.
It's Tataru, Lala.
Yeah.
It's Tala, Tafa, and Lada.
Yeah.
They're clearly distinguishable.
And Hasan knows the exact difference.
It's definitely not Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
No. It's close.
For legal reasons, it definitely is.
Mhm. Precisely. But yeah, you're all back in town. You've got some time to yourselves to do what you will. Maybe do some shopping. Have some further conversations.
If I may ask a question about Loka real quick again, has there been any noticeable effect of his little emotion cloud?
It does shock him very occasionally, but it hasn't lately. It's been kind of cooled off.
So, but it hasn't had any tangible use that has been observed yet.
The last time you remember it being particularly active was during combat in the quarry.
In which it did what? What did it do again?
Repeatedly attempted to strike Loka with lightning. I don't think it ever succeeded.
It didn't, actually.
Kept making those dex saves. But it did zap around Loka a lot.
In that case, I will keep note of. I will make note of that. In that case, before I go do thing with Pashmina, Hasan is going to go to Loka and say, "Hello, Loka." I suppose he's coming back from the alchemist at this point.
Yeah, probably.
Hi, son.
How would you like to try and do zappy zap things?
Okay, so, real quick question. What the hell does that mean?
You know what, it means, would you like to perhaps try and control that cloud up there that is currently going up? going around you and perhaps seeing if it can be controlled and perhaps directed.
I don't think that's how nature works, but okay.
Well, if it orbits you and responds to you, then I figured perhaps you could try and learn to control it somehow.
Oh, great cloud above me! If you can hear my voice, Shake-san! Just a little bit.
Does the cloud respond?
Loco, what's your charisma modifier?
+1.
Exactly a 15. A little beam shoots out and tries to shock Heisan. Heisan, I need you to make a dex save.
God, I could automatically save this if I gotten the other ring, but whatever. Oh, and I haven't even attuned to the ring yet. Can I say I attuned to the ring?
It takes an hour.
Oh, never mind then. 8.
You get zapped.
The hell.
That
Ooh.
is... let's just say half of 1d6.
A D3, per se.
Yes.
Oh, let's see.
You just take 1 point of lightning damage.
Oh, how wonderful.
As soon as it comes out and strikes you, Loka goes,
Oh, shit! Oh, God, I didn't know that was gonna happen. I said,
So I'm just goes like, you.
Feathers puff out.
Well done. Nice shot.
I guess I can control it. Case closed.
Yes. As I was telling you before, it responds to you. It is made of you, and you created it while you don't know. And well, now I know that you do indeed have control over it, even if you have to communicate with it somehow. Heisan's going to try and cast message on the cloud. This sounds incredibly stupid, but Heisan's going to cast magic on the cloud and say,
There is not a consciousness to communicate with. The spell does not go through.
Damn it. Well, no, the cloud is not conscious. So, you know what? That answers most of my questions that I had. So you can control it. Would you perhaps like to try and master this a little bit more? Do you have an hour or two, perhaps?
I mean, yeah, it's not like I got 2 whole weeks, so, you know.
Alright.
Hopefully less, but she's such a stickler up in there. It's terrible.
2 weeks sounds like a very reasonable amount of. Well, what were you trying to make her do?
It's nothing that big. I'm just trying to make her turn a fire breath person into a lightning breath person. But she says she's gotta get reagents and some. I don't know what spycraft has to do with it, but okay.
I believe that's simply the common parts of her work, Loka. I believe that's how long it usually takes. Things take time, you know. What? Like, you don't just, like, for example, that thundercloud, I mean, you're not going to learn to, I mean, you can try to master that as you will, but it will take time.
So, here's my response to that. I just mastered it. I'm pretty sure I just mastered it, because on the first try, I was like, hey, do that thing, and then I did that thing, and then, you know, I think we got it, you know.
I mean, there's no guarantee that...
Loco, I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
shit. Do I have advantage on these?
Technically,
If I can see it.
yeah. I'll say yes.
Okay, that was a 13. The other one was less, so 13.
Yeah, 13 just passes. You manage to sidestep as you hear a little crackle above you, and lightning strikes the sand where you were just standing.
Excuse you, mister.
Yes, you truly are the master of lightning, Loka.
Tiny thunder rumbles.
Hmm.
I mean, so it's not perfect. Please, though, you know?
Yes, but the point is, if you practiced a bit more, it could be perfect. So how would you like to practice? And perhaps learn with me how it works?
Thinking.
How would Loka like the idea of learning from Hasan at all?
Implying you understand enough to teach.
Yeah, I guess. Or try to.
Well, yeah, and we're also coming up across the fact that Loka is deeply suspicious of you at all times.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so you might have a point, but maybe I don't fully have mastery of it, and that's fair. So, fine, but no probing questions, and I don't know, mostly just that.
Oh, no probing questions. I will not ask you anything that makes you uncomfortable, and if you do, you have. No, I'm not going to give you permission to do that. What was I even thinking?
Were you gonna say I have permission to zap you? You're right,
No.
here.
No. No. That doesn't matter. Well. In that case, could I possibly try to, at least for a little bit of time, Cole, maybe try and suss out if I can see any sort of relation between the bardic arts and the nature, or at least suss out the nature by which Loka manifests his cloud? Can I attempt to study that, or at least try, as Loka practices?
Yeah. It is a fully different kind of magic.
Okay.
So, like, what are, like, you, Eli the player, trying to do?
I'm trying to suss out, I guess, the nature of how Loka communicates with his cloud and how he could perhaps gain better control of it.
So, Loka had a conversation with Feihu about that previously.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Perhaps. Sorry about that.
And the long and short of that is that it is a manifestation of magic connected to the material plane. It is naturalist magic. It is not an arcana. It is not the manipulation of forces. Bardic magic is very much the manipulation of, like, mana and spell energy through like creative work. whether that be words or playing or writing, etc. This is I'm mostly giving you a lot of this because you have just flat +10 to Arcana, which you may also roll if you want to know more about like this kind of magic. But I also want to let you know how that conversation previously went. Feyhue stated that it is a manifestation of Loka's connection to the material plane being off, being like odd or weird in some capacity, which relevantly is not information that Heisan necessarily has, because I don't think Loka's really talked to anyone about that.
Nope.
Damn, that he sure hasn't.
So, Heisan, the character, as far as what you can tell, give me a roll. Give me Arcana.
Give me good. I'm going to, as a 1, I'm going to use my inspiration on that.
All right.
That is also a 1.
Incredible. The universe does not want you to have learned this.
I literally watched that in real time. That was fucking weird.
Unfortunately for you, the archive in general sees material magic as being like hippie druid bullshit, right? Like it's only mostly real magic. It's important and relevant. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Like it is certainly magic, but there's not like, it's all feelings. It's all like concepts and brain space and states of being, and like there's no real good way to tangibly like record that or like really get to an academic understanding of what that is or does, and as such that makes it much more like, it's just not something you have a working knowledge of. Okay. Not necessarily by fault of your own study, just because of kind of how you were raised as a bardic caster.
Okay. Thank you. Well, shit. So I just spent some time watching Loka and was like, fuck. I wasn't taught any of this shit. And Heisan will just sort of said, well, Loka, that was very constructive. And I want you to know that I learned much from this session, and I did not waste your time. Thank you very much, and thank you much for your time. I will be going now.
I was just gonna say, I am curious in this time, like, Loka, what do you do? Because it's not like you can cast spells.
Yeah.
The biggest way you manifest your magic is by raging.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? Or, Heisan, what are you directing Loka to do?
I think that's the better question.
Okay. Heisan is essentially giving hypotheticals of, Loka, how does this situation make you feel? Or maybe making little annoying sounds with prestidigitation, like you know how when somebody passes by you and touches you on the back of the head, and then just walks past you and you don't realize what happened.
You're just like actively trying to provoke Loka, then basically.
Kind of. Yeah. Trying to get him to be able to do the thing I want him to do.
By being horribly annoying.
You know, this isn't really making a good case for yourself as a
teacher.
I know I'm not. But maybe... Well, Heisan is kind of desperate here right now. He doesn't have a lot of... God, I'm trying to think.
And you do this for like an hour?
No. Probably not that long. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, because I think if it went on for long enough, Loka would be like, okay, what the fuck?
Okay, no. In that case, I'm just trying to... Sorry, mind if I just rethink this a bit? I'm still thinking.
I mean,
Please.
yeah, if you want. It's. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
as
I
is.
also think it's fine for that to be true. It's okay if Heisan is unsuccessful in a way
Okay.
that is unfortunate. It creates interesting drama.
Okay, that's fine then. I am fine saying that he is. utterly
I'm gonna say
terrible.
you end up getting, given that you rolled 2 nat ones, and are in the process of actively trying to provoke a barbarian fishman who shocks people.
Give me a D6 or something.
It's all D3s. So yeah, you're gonna be short like 6 hit points at the end of this, after having gotten shocked at various points in time in various ways.
Okay. Okay.
One time was on purpose.
One time was on purpose, yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, this has been very productive, Loka.
Meanwhile, you're just like singed, like literally smoking.
Yeah. I am going to go ahead and get out of here.
Oh, wait, what did you learn?
I learned that nature magic is very unpopular at my home, and that you know what? I'll get back to you on that. Don't worry about it. I will get back to you on it. Don't worry about it, Loka. I will continue my studies and get back to you at a further date.
He's looking at you, mouth agape, eyes completely like clouded over in confusion. Just like, what?
Oh God, what was I doing for the past couple of... Oh God. Okay, look, I had a hard time, alright? I'm not quite used to this magic, and... Look, I didn't learn much, alright? I tried. I tried cross-referencing with all of my notes. You saw me join my notes. You tried to zap me while I was looking through my notes.
I didn't try to zap you, okay? That one just happened.
I clearly saw you talk to the cloud and then point at me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm as clueless as you are, apparently, about what's going on. So yeah, it couldn't have been me.
Well, I apologize, but I looked through everything, and I'm sorry I couldn't find anything. I tried.
That's okay, son. At least we got to... Well, at least I got to... Well... No, I don't think either one of us had any fun, huh?
No.
I just said no!
Oh.
Holy shit.
Bliss.
My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined.
I don't know. I talked to Failure too, and she didn't really have a whole lot for me, so... You know,
You
nobody
already-
really knows what's going on, and that's okay.
I hope it's not worrying you too much, is it?
No, it's kind of cute, right? Like, it's just, fluffy. I mean, you can't really...
He kind of like reaches up and pushes his hand through the cloud again.
So, you know, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't... It's fine.
It is enjoyable to watch at the very least. I'm sorry I couldn't help you too much with this. Although, Mother, you're sure that you've never seen anybody, perhaps from your family or people back in the ocean, have powers like this before? Oh, I apologize. Oh God, I asked a probing question.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Did you say that out loud as Heisan?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yes, you did, and you know what's gonna happen now.
Oh, please, don't. I've been cinched enough already.
No, I'm just joking.
Oh,
No, I don't. I mean, I was taught kind of how to use this stuff. I don't really get it entirely, but I don't know. The crew that I hung out with before, they liked this kind of stuff, and I liked them, and so I just kind of got into it, and they kind of taught me what they knew, and I just kind of picked it up as I went. You know, I don't really know what I'm doing with it.
you don't know what you're doing, really?
No, not really.
And you just go through life like that?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Does anybody really know what they're doing?
I like to think I know what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure you just told me not even 5 minutes ago you had no idea what was happening.
I mean,
So,
I'm trying to understand, though.
and that's what all of us do, right? We all just go through life trying to understand what's going on, and nobody has any idea at all because the world's just crazy. It's big. It's not really meant to be understood, I don't think. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Heisan looks at you like you've said the first, maybe most profound thing he's ever heard.
Ah, I see now. It's all meaningless. It's just chaos.
Everything I've ever done was a lie.
You would have made an interesting archivist, Luca.
Oh no, I would have hated every part of that.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Maybe I should stop worrying as much about it then. Would you rather I stop worrying so much about your cloud? Does it bother you?
Hey, son, I think I would just appreciate if you stopped worrying so much in general, but... You know, I realize that's kind of a big ask, so...
Jesus Christ. This conversation is a fucking disaster.
It really is.
Heisan is getting the biggest fucking, like, blow of this entire little life.
I suppose. Well, it's just... Whatever. Thank you for indulging me, Loka.
It's okay.
You know what? I'm going to take a page out of your book and not care about what you just said and continue to be me.
Yeah.
I think that's really all anybody could ask for anyways.
Perhaps. Maybe this hasn't been as fruitless as I thought it was, but I sure am short a few feathers, and if you don't mind me, I would like to put some salve on them now. I'll be... And I have things to copy for Pashmina, who I assume is going to talk to Feihu or someone else about whatever the matter is. I will speak to you. I'm sure I will be zapped by you again sooner or later. I'll Good day, Loka.
I see you, Hey-san.
And Hey-san will go copy those pages for Pashmina.
Oh, Loka's gonna go do. Actually, I do know what Loka's gonna go do. Loka has a letter to write.
There's plenty of parchment and ink available.
I'm sorry, the first thing I thought was, holy shit, Loka can write.
Absolutely the same question I just had.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
fish
I'm
is
sorry, it's a
literate.
terrible thought.
Oh my god.
By all means.
I'm gonna think about it for a while.
Yeah.
But it'll get done.
Also, it does not have to be public. Peshmin and Zaran, what have you two been? Either of you been up to?
So I don't think it's necessarily been any kind of like. This hasn't been hidden. This is just kind of observable. So I'll just kind of throw it out there for everyone else to do with what they will. Pashmina's definitely been avoiding Zaran, like kind of obviously.
Oh.
Like not being mean, but just
Not
kind of-
engaging.
yeah, just kind of always like if you are together in a group, she is always like
On the far side.
people separated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hasn't really said much to Zaran other than just kind of acknowledging that he's around. And is now just like out and about in the town. She's actually been quiet since yesterday evening. And while normally she does like things like stretches and practices her dance moves and meditates on her own, right now she's out practicing with her meteor hammer.
I am perfectly happy to... Oh, sorry, Cole, what are you going
I was
to
just
say?
gonna say, just kind of like out on the outskirts of town, maybe beating up a cactus.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking. It's like she's aiming it at like the limbs of the cactus. Just trying to be very precise.
It's good practice.
Then I suppose sometime in the afternoon or whenever time, Pashmina will, I guess, will... Would Pashmina see Heisan approach or something? How distracted is Pashmina right now?
Ooh, bless me. Pashmina... What is like... She's pretty focused, but she also has pretty decent passive perception. Like, she is not so focused that she would not know that you're there. She's actually very aware of her surroundings when she's doing this kind of thing because she kind of has to be, or else someone could get hurt.
All right, so you on the horizon you smell a singed bird.
She'll just kind of gather up the it's swinging around, and she just kind of halts her arm and lets it wrap around.
Heisan will wave from a distance and say, "Hello, Pashmina. I copied the papers if you need them."
Thanks. Are you okay? You look a little, just kind of looks you up and down.
Don't talk philosophy with Loka is all. Don't talk philosophy with Loka, and also do not try and anger him. That is all I can. That is the quickest summation of events that I can say.
Wait, why were you trying to make Loka angry? I thought
No, it was.
we were friends.
We are. Kind of. I'm not quite sure with Loka. Loka is... Yeah, he's my friend. Perhaps. I was perhaps trying to see if I could understand his cloud a bit more, and perhaps my not teaching, or methods of trying to get him to use the cloud correctly were perhaps not the best. And perhaps slightly ill-advised. And the most I learned from it was that I don't understand any of it. And I got these, and now I have this, these little singes as a result.
Do you want some healing?
I will be fine. A good rest will. You don't have to waste your magic if. You know what? Yes, I would love that. What am I talking about? I would love this, please. It burns.
It's a little bit weird. I'm gonna use Hand of Healing. She basically just like, I don't know how to make this make sense dramatically, actually. I guess it is kind of magical.
The Hand of Healing ability?
Yeah, it's because it's not explicitly magic. It's not that I'm doing a spell. It's key points.
Mm-hmm. It's more like, to bring it into the like pop culture monastic warrior range of things, it's more energy than it is like magic.
Yeah, it's almost like she like rubs your shoulders and stuff in such a way that like you feel invigorated again.
Oh, getting to those pressure points, doing the
yeah. It's the Ty Lee stuff from Avatar,
yeah,
basically. But like for healing.
Get 4 hit points back.
Yay! 4 hit points. Just so everybody knows, Loka sure did do about, let's see, over 20% of my HP.
Yeah.
I only did 7 points of damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly 25% of my HP.
Whoa. Okay.
We casters are kind of squishy, I'm just saying.
Yeah, y'all do be pretty soft.
Yeah, we are very soft. Also, no constitution.
Dude, same.
She gives you the equivalent of a hearty pat on the back and you feel better.
Ezekiel Hisam will say, so I copied the papers for you. And if you don't mind me asking, has everything been alright?
Like, in general?
Well, yes, that's a bit more specifically. Has something happened between you and Zeron, perhaps?
Her face falls. She kind of like quickly turns so that to try and like hide her expression and just like shrugs.
Oh, I see. And I suppose you do not want to talk about it?
Look, I'll say this much. I'm glad that you're here with me, and I appreciate all that you do. Warn me before you try and perform any magic on me, okay?
Yes, of course. Yes. I will be sure to ask consent before.
And,
any.
I'm glad you feel that I protect you. Sometimes I feel like, I don't know. I don't want you to have to coddle me and watch after me all the time, okay?
Of course not. I wouldn't dare. Well, my apologies if I embarrassed you earlier. I suppose I didn't mean to offend you, if that is.
She kind of kicks the sand and is like, I'm also a little miffed about that.
Yes.
But it's okay. It does make for an interesting story, and I get where you were coming from. I'm going to talk about it with Feihu anyways.
I suppose so. And I suppose you would like. And I don't suppose you would allow me to attend. Well, I know this is very personal to you. I guess no, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend as well. I don't want my curiosity about what her organization. I don't want my curiosity. My curiosity isn't so important that I would try to make you uncomfortable. That was a rude.
She
Sorry,
pats your
go on.
shoulder again, and says, I appreciate that, but I will let you know if we find out anything interesting, okay?
Please do. I do find the woman. The woman is a treasure trove of information, and I hope you know every bit fascinates me. And Isam will just look at you for a moment. You're an incredibly strong person, you do know that?
She looks bashful. I guess so.
Well, I just hope you. I am happy. Well, I'm happy you realize it. Do let me know if you ever want to speak again. I'm always here to listen. I suppose in that case, if there's nothing else for me, I will talk to you later then. I hope whatever is bothering you does pass.
I'll see you tonight.
See you tonight.
Maybe we can get drinks or something.
Oh yes. I've heard this wonderful. I saw this wonderful thing that the triplets were making, mixing this liquor into coffee. It seemed wonderful.
Oh, we'll be up all night.
Yes. Oh, I would honestly, I could use one of those days. It's been a while since I've been able to enjoy one of them.
You look like it right now.
Either way, I'm sure we'll have some laughs tonight. Enjoy yourself.
She gives a little wave and then kind of gets back into like fighting stance.
And then punches Seishan in the back. No one may know.
You hear the thwip of the meteor hammer gaining momentum.
Jamina, can you go ahead and roll an attack for me with the meteor hammer?
Me?
Yep.
Don't get a 1. I've suffered enough today.
24.
24.
Okay.
It's not a natural 20, is it?
No, not a natural 20.
Okay. Excellent. You're doing very well. You just like beam the arm straight off of this cactus. You'd been loosening it up, but it finally just like gives away with this nice like very wet because it's a meaty plant like strike as it finally cracks and splits off. Excellent. Zeron, what are you up to?
I'm heavily debating what I want to do.
Up to you.
Do I dare try to force an interaction? I'm gonna try. I'm going to, the keyword attempt, try. Zeron is going to just kind of be passing along. I think they're just kind of, I don't want to say getting their steps in for the day, but they're just kind of meandering around, and they catch sight of Pashmina in the distance. And Zeron's not dumb by any means. They can tell that she was a little distant to them, and I think they have to psych themselves up for like a good 20 minutes to even attempt to approach.
If I may,
Please.
as you're psyching yourself up, you'll hear a little message in your head. A message in your head. I'm not going to ask what you did, but please do be careful.
If there is any way to just message back just like 20 question marks, that is exactly what is sent back.
I'm sorry, Cole, are you setting up the Cactus?
Maybe.
It is.
Sorry,
Oh,
that's so good.
I see it. I saw it just drop.
That's really funny to me. Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
I think they just message back.
Confusion noises.
Pardon?
Hasan, who is probably about 30 feet away, making his way away from Pashmina. And it says, well...
You hear that noise in your head. You hear the
Zeron starts panicking.
Hear the Skype disconnect sound.
Oh my god.
Oh
They're even more confused.
Is that how message fucking works? It's ba-bum?
That'd be really funny.
Wait,
Hello,
what
welcome
happened?
back.
Oh,
You
did I
just disconnected.
Okay, yeah, I just saw that. Okay, sorry about that. Hasan will just message back. Don't look at me. You're the one. Don't look at me. You're the one who is supposedly the cause of this.
Duly noted. And go on.
Hasan will just like will then just like from a distance just continue walking back to the tavern, I guess.
Zeron is going to attempt to approach Pashmina. Very obviously, like, trying to walk in front of her as to not spook her.
no. She very clearly sees you coming. Does not stop with the meteor hammer.
Yeah. And gone.
I was just gonna say, how close are you getting?
They're going to try and step aside so they're not, like, in range of it.
Do you know?
Are you
like,
going? What?
Do you know what the range is?
No. Zeron has no clue. They are going to just... they're guessing.
Alright. There is a thing I would like to try and do. I promise I'm not gonna fucking murder you.
It's fine, it's fine. I have 23 HP. Go off.
If you are getting within range of the meteor hammer, Peshmina is going to direct it in such a way that it. Also, if I need to roll for this, please, I want to describe this and then see.
I'm fine with just letting it happen. Just
please continue
just go
describing.
ahead.
You can roll if you want to roll.
She's not going to hit you with it. She wants the rope to wrap around your ankles, and then pulls.
Okay.
Oh.
She is trying to topple you backwards.
Okay.
If both of you are okay with it, that just happens. You don't have to roll for that. You may let dice do some work if you would like to.
I almost want to let the dice roll just because of the alert feat. That I don't think that they can be actively surprised by it.
You wouldn't have advantage on it, certainly.
But I think I think for the moment, I'll just let it happen. You knock Zeron into their ass.
Cool.
And they just kind of crash down.
It's not the direction I expected that miniature to
Say,
turn.
why you go like that? That's very silly. Yeah.
Just hear an audible groan as they like sit up. And they just remove the rope from their leg and toss it to the side.
Peshmina pulls it back. And just lets it like wrap around her shoulder, sling over her shoulder. And says, I need 2 things.
Very well.
I need your word that you will never, ever take matters into your own hands like that ever again. You will never do magic without my consent. Having to do with me.
And they're still sitting in the sand, just kind of like sort of cross-legged at this point. Staff abandoned to the side. I think they're not even looking at Pashmina, they're just looking down at the sand. I understand, and you have my word.
Even if you think you're saving my life, I need to hear you say it.
I shan't use any magics. Whether your life is in danger or not on you, without your express permission.
She gives a nod. The next thing I need is for you to understand. I don't need saving. Helping each other is one thing. It's one thing to be a team. I don't need to be rescued. I don't need to be watched over and coddled and protected and sheltered.
They open their mouth as if they want to respond to that, but elect to just kind of grit their teeth and just look to the side. I understand. You are strong, Pashmina. Stronger than I. And it was not my place to do the actions that I did. It was a selfish act of me, and for that I deeply apologize.
Pashmina finally steps closer, and just shakes her head. I'm not stronger than anyone. Not you, not Hasan, definitely not Loka. But I know what I'm doing. I don't need other people to pay for my mistakes. If something had happened to you because of something I did,
I understand.
she'll put out a hand.
Oh, what is the Zoran thing to do here? I think they hesitate, but they do look up to her.
Pashmina doesn't look so mad anymore. Everything about her is kind of like, it's rare to ever see her mad.
Mm-hmm.
She looks more like herself now.
Mm-hmm.
More like usual.
Am I truly forgiven?
I'll be honest, that scared me quite a lot. And it will be hard for a little bit, I think. But you are forgiven.
He does reach up to... Oh, go on.
And I'm glad that you're okay.
He reaches up to take her hand.
Pashmina helps them up. You can feel, so she has no, like, mechanical strength. Her strength is 0.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, it's clear that she has skill.
Mm-hmm.
And the meteor hammer is not necessarily that light.
Mm-hmm. They're helped up and they dust the back off. They just kind of like shake their tail, get some of the sand out of it. And they reach down to pick up the staff and the lantern.
Oh, I didn't harm it, did I?
Kind of when one finger just kind of like lights their index finger on fire. If it was damaged, this would not be here. It is all right.
Good.
Pray forgive me for interrupting your training. I shall take my leave now, my lady.
So I'm done for now. I'll walk back to town with you, if that's okay.
And they smile pretty genuinely. Your company would be much appreciated. Please. And they offer, like, their arm. If she wants it. He will take no offense either way.
No, she looks a little surprised. And then, yeah, like, absolutely links her arm in yours. And seems very, like, relieved.
Duran will escort her back to town. Zoom. Zoom.
I love it. It's so good.
All right. It's getting on to the early evening in town. Does anyone have something they'd like to do today before we wrap up?
I am gonna go to Fayus. I think when we get to town, I split off to go to Fayus.
Excellent.
I have one specific thing, but it can be done out of game.
We can do it in game. We've definitely got time to spare. I just want to.
It's yeah, just like even a super simple like yes or no.
Oh, absolutely.
It's Zoran's gonna try and look for any sort of like bulletin board that had like notices up. I know I think the Hawk Guard were close to one.
The Hawk Guard do have one. Yeah, they have one specifically.
And Zoran just kind of wants to look at it to see if there's anything new or any updates.
There is, actually. There has been an update to the flyer regarding Prince Erasmus of the Althranian royalty.
Perfect.
And in particular, the ink portrait remains the same, but the bounty has been raised to 5,000 gold.
Jesus Christ!
For anyone willing to venture into the into Hav's Wrath to find Prince Erasmus.
Holy shit!
Holy
yes.
Holy
me, choose me.
Oh no!
So many people are going to die.
Because of funny to table. The funny table, everybody. The funny table!
I think Zoran looks actually just disturbed.
Oh my god.
Is that actually because of the funny table?
I can neither confirm or deny.
Because we were yeah, no, that's
It's probably because of the funny table.
probably because of the funny table. That's so good. Oh my god.
I don't know what Zoran's gonna do now with that information. Oh, that's bad. That's actually really bad.
Hopefully no one is foolish enough to fucking go do that.
I mean, literally everyone in the Phasia knows that that's a death sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people don't go to Hav's Wrath because people don't come back from Hav's Wrath.
Sounds like it's time to go to Hav's Wrath and really make a name for ourselves and like make some money in the meantime, you know?
I don't think that's how that works.
Once again, posted by Lady Sibella Tenon.
They're very conflicted, and I think they're just going to sit at the inn and just, as lost in thought as they were before, it's worse now. They're just gonna sit and just be in deep thought until they are needed next. Because That honestly, that's all I had to do. I'm gonna be honest.
Excellent. Feihu, Pejmina, you'd like to go visit Feihu.
I do want to visit Faye.
You're Feihu now.
Oh, that's difficult. That's...
it's like being Lulu the Hollyphant, but like a major character.
Yeah, instead of being cute and just kind of
tangential.
Innocent. Like, oh.
So we're gonna listen to 30 minutes of roleplay about an economic forum? Is that what's about to happen?
I would too. Don't threaten me with a good time. I will. I'm gonna make you sit through a community budget board meeting in fantasy D&D.
Only if I'm allowed to participate as Loka.
So as we see, the Jewelers Guild has ceased operations, causing quarterly profits to dip by 3%.
I would like to have it known that we have paid at least 70% of our taxes, the legal minimum to avoid procedure to collections. Yeah. You get to Feihu's pet.
Yeah, she's just gonna, like, knock to alert whoever is inside.
Feihu's around. She peeks out and goes, "Oh, Pejmina."
Hi, you're not too busy, are you?
Oh, no.
I have some things that I wanted to share with you.
Sure.
She'll just kind of come in and I don't know if there's like seating. I don't know if there's
There's
like
a little bit. She's got a little table with a couple of chairs.
First question. So, you examined the meteor hammer. Do you recognize the symbol on it at all?
That kind of eye-looking thing. Oh, it's a sun.
But clearly it doesn't spark any recognition.
I am not familiar with it. No.
Okay, well, then maybe you can help me find someone who does know about this?
Yes, I could do my best.
Hassan kind of told part of the story already, and she looks a little bit shamefaced. But I have this, and she pulls out all the documentation.
The copy of the chapters.
Yes.
Hmm.
And hands it over.
Interesting. Would you mind if I took a moment to read through these?
Please do.
And you believe that this is the same... So, sorry, so you're looking for sort of something associated with the symbol?
I'm looking for more information.
Sure. Would you mind explaining some of your interest? It might help me track down more precisely what you're looking for.
She kind of braces herself, seems to like mentally prepare herself for this. So that is the symbol of the Order of the Last Sunset. I have a meteor hammer with this symbol on it because I am from the Order of the Last Sunset. Not by choice. It is simply where I ended up. Currently, they reside in the eastmost mountains along the seaside.
Yes, I'm familiar.
The teachings there are both very specific and very vague at the same time.
Oh shit.
I have reason to believe that they are doing something deeply questionable there. So I'm trying to learn more.
All right. Well, I can certainly do my best. Here, give me a moment. Give me a moment to pore over this, and I'll see what I might know off the top of my head. But otherwise, I'll definitely be on the lookout. I know someone further west who might be closer to the area, at least. And
West or east?
West.
West. Okay.
Out closer to the mountains you mentioned.
Did I say east or did I say west? I
said
get that
west.
confused. Okay. I feel like I fumble that all the time.
Same. Yeah, it happens. But Astior actually might, ironically, may know some things. He's a weird old wizard. He knows a lot of things, and he likes this kind of thing. He likes weird little. She stops, hard stops short of saying the word cult.
No, you say what you were going to say.
He enjoys weird sectarian religious studies, whether they be cults or otherwise individual, just in groups with interesting beliefs and practices. It's more of a recreational interest than his true interest, but I'm sure he would be interested in discussing it with you regardless of whether or not he knows anything about it, notionally. I will say this sounds similar to, but not necessarily the same as, there was a group around the same time that between when my brood and I were kicked out of the mountains in the center and the time of the hunts. I'm not sure. Are you old enough to remember the hunts? That was maybe sorry, different scales. That was maybe a century and a half ago. There was a time when I forget how long individual species persist sometimes. It's a little hard to keep track of. There was a time shortly after there was a great amount of famine on the continent where there was a resurgence of monsters, dangerous wildlife, dangerous creatures, some warped, generally malicious, and there was a large amount of individuals who went out and carved out safe havens for their nations or groups or cities or whatever it was. And during that, what we refer to as the hunts was many dragons were pulled into that, whether because of their wealth or their perceived ferocity or because they were genuinely dangerous to an area. And that was around the time when many dragons decided it was easier to remain among the people in secret than to continue to live as we are among everyone else. around that time, one of the groups that was particularly rabid in the hunting of dragons, but in a particularly odd way, was the Cult of the Dragon. They'd gotten a hold of a text, a prophecy that had said, as they had translated it, dead dragons would rule the world entire. Which they saw as a rallying cry to not only hunt down dragons, but also to attempt to reanimate some of them. Very few succeeded, though some did. And their belief was that if they created enough undead draconic individuals, it would accelerate the end of the world, the new beginning, the next step in Gaiul's history, but they failed miserably because there was much of a threat to themselves and others as they were to the dragons, so they were scattered amongst each other. And this sounds similar, the relations to the death of Bahamut are interesting, not all too different. Excuse me, I have the hiccups.
Even dragons get the hiccups, huh?
It's worse. Sometimes we spew our breath abilities unexpectedly. It's worrisome.
Scooch to the side.
It's been under control since I was a wormling, but watch out for young dragons with the hiccups. It can be volatile. But it wasn't uncommon. During the famine, the doom and gloom, the depressive state of the world had a lot of people doing a lot of things that were not entirely rational. To say that this is connected, I think, would be a stretch. This does seem to have some distinct grouping, and I think they would have viewed that the Cult of the Dragon they called themselves that. It was their own name. I believe if this were an identical group, they would have called themselves as such. But it is interesting, and of course, by all means, if you want this to be your repayment for services done, I will do everything within my power to investigate.
I would appreciate that. I have perhaps a more complicated request.
What is it?
There was someone I had to leave behind when I left the Order. I fear for his safety. I don't know if it's within your power to detect people or know what they're doing in the moment.
Not myself directly. Are you asking for some sort of scrying?
If that's what you would call being able to know what a person is doing from far away.
Yes. It is incalculably convenient that I intend to send you to Astior. This is very funny. Me, the DM, as well. Aggressively convenient. But yes, absolutely. Do you have a strong vision of them? Would you happen to have any artifacts of their belongings, or perhaps a illustration of some kind, or simply a strong memory may do, though you'll probably have to be part of the more involved process.
A strong memory, definitely yes. I don't know if I would have anything of his. I think Pashmina still has the uniform.
Might help.
I mostly just have leftover items from my time there.
It may help. Divination is not my expertise, but I will send word for a preparation as soon as I am able. Oh, sorry, unrelated. I do have something for you and your companions that I dug up when I was rummaging around downstairs.
Oh.
And she grabs a little wooden box and hands it to you. And inside are 4 little smooth stones with a rune that looks somewhat like an ear on it. Sending stones. I figure it may be useful for you all to be able to talk with one another at some distance. My last group that I hired said that they were very useful.
That's, yeah, that's... Wow, thank you. I'll make sure that the others get theirs as well.
Excellent. Sorry to interrupt, I remembered and I didn't want to...
No, that will be, extremely useful, I'm sure. Thank you.
Of course, I'm glad.
And thank you for, well, with the help, as much as you could.
Oh, I'm... I say only what I know, and I hope to be of significantly more help in the future.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Pashmina will take the box to the inn.
Alright. Distribute your sending stones as you will.
Yeah, Pashmina comes... I'm assuming everyone's at the inn now at this point?
I think so.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
I think it might be useful to have a little scene of you all chatting.
Yeah, Pashmina comes in. He's like, I have things.
Things? I love things. What kind of things?
Rocks.
Oh. Are they
Magic
special?
rocks.
I see.
Brings the box over and opens it up for everyone. Sending stones.
Oh, wonderful. Connected to... How many sending stones are they?
One another. It's a quartet.
Oh, wonderful. This will be useful.
I should think so. I suppose keep them safe. It might be kind of easy to lose something like a smooth, shiny rock.
I will keep good. I will be sure to keep good hold of it, and I suppose this means are these gifts or?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think they're for keep. I think they're just because Feihu wants us to have these while we do things for her. Maybe. I didn't ask.
Well, then I suppose it is pretty much agreed. It is agreed upon that we will all be continuing to travel for some time. Is it?
I mean, I would like to. If just kind of looks at everyone else.
Ah, yes, of course, for me.
Yes, forgive me, would you mind repeating what you said?
We have sending stones now. We can talk to each other from, I'm not sure what kind of distance. I actually don't know much about these. I didn't ask a lot of questions, I'm sorry.
Sending stones should be... as long as we are within the same plane of existence, they should work.
Oh.
Which actually... Zeron, hold the stone for a moment and go into your lantern. Will you be so kind?
Don't I have to attune to it first?
They don't require attunement.
They do not?
No.
Oh. Sure. Just a moment. And they will take their lantern off of the staff and put it onto the table. And they will vanish inside of it.
Hazelton's going to pick up a stone and say, "Cast message. Hello, world."
God. I am assuming I hear that.
You do.
Oh. You're just
Hear
little.
you loud and clear.
You can come out now.
Understood. And they will reappear where they were.
Well, good news. We now know that the inside of the lantern is not another plane of existence.
So are you just getting really small?
In a sense, yes. I'm perfectly aware of everything that happens outside of the lantern.
Oh.
I can hear and see just fine, granted it is a little skewed. Because of, obviously, the glass itself.
Strange.
I've no idea how it works, but it is nice and it is furnished, so I'm very glad for that.
Like a little traveling apartment.
Almost exactly like so.
Yes. Well, do sit down then. I shall hold on to this. What did we order, everybody? What have we ordered for food today? What have we ordered?
Alcohol!
Alcohol and nothing but.
It's very quiet at the Misty Vale Inn today, and y'all are again, merchants usually have their own lodging, so like, it's basically just you four, and Tala, Tafa, and Lata.
God.
Even the actual proprietor is the Sursuran is just like not there. He's doing other things.
Is he?
Drink Pashmina, one of the coffee liquors. It's whiskey and coffee. Very good, surprisingly.
Okay.
Top a lot of top. I think.
I'm not allowed to buy alcohol.
I know you're not allowed to buy alcohol, but are you allowed to serve alcohol? You're allowed to serve alcohol.
Well, we would need to buy it from the market.
Oh. Never mind then.
But I think we can get it.
You don't have any in stock?
No, we don't carry food. We go over to the market and buy it.
Oh, right.
To stimulate the economy.
Oh, I misunderstood the establishment. Sorry about that.
But they will go get it for you. Is the primary service they provide. Unfortunately, the only person, actual adult, that is out and about. I mean, children. They're in their mid to late teens, primarily.
Oh, okay.
I say it's an even spread between 13 and 18. But Cactus Turan, the actual host of the establishment, is not currently active. They could probably go get Cactus Turan to get you alcohol, or you could just quick hop over to the market and grab it and come back.
Yeah.
I did not mean to throw a wrench in the middle of this,
but
I did just realize that
coffee in the bottle.
Perfect.
If that was the case, because we would have had to have it.
Yeah. It is not difficult nor a hurdle for you to acquire coffee and liquor. And maybe a snack, if any of you want one.
Yeah. Fish.
Fish, excellent.
Oh, Peshmina will not eat that. Peshmina's looking for, basically anything else.
There's a lot of stale-ish, not like stale baked goods, but like baked goods that were made this morning. Lots of sweet rolls.
Not good enough.
Yeah.
I don't think she would complain too much.
Various fruits and whatnot. Desert fruits. Teas. Lots of dried things because of how the desert is.
Dates.
There are dates, certainly. You get some food and alcohol and a snack.
I think Saran's going to say, sorry, I'm totally interrupting here. I think they say, I've actually just eaten recently. I'm just going to go for a late night walk. I'll be back in just a bit.
Enjoy your brood. Enjoy your brood then.
Sips his coffee liquor.
I very much will. And they are going to... I hate like that we all like separate and then we all go back to Fae Hughes and we separate. But guess what? I'm going to Fae Hughes. Sorry.
No, it's good.
I'm going back.
She continues to be there. She's in pajamas now.
Oh.
Gentle knock on the door.
Yes? Oh, hello, Zoran.
Good evening. Pardon the interruption.
No, you all make my life more interesting.
I am very glad to hear that. I have a question to ask.
I have an answer.
Do you happen to have, from your collection, anything that can speak with another person that does not require a second half?
Let me think. I actually, she kind of like thinks for a moment, and then she like actually looks up at the room around her, and she kind of goes through the shelves, and she's got a little pile of scrolls, and she kind of looks at them for a minute and goes, yes, I do. I actually have, just a couple, of these, and she hands you a scroll. And it is a scroll of sending.
Okay.
So it'll let you cast sending, but it'll consume the scroll.
I see.
I usually keep them for, not like emergencies. They're just useful to have.
But of course.
I don't have very many. So, I have 2 that you could have.
Hopefully. Only one will be required, but I have a feeling a second might be needed.
She hands you the scrolls.
You do not mind me using one.
They're a little. They're more annoying to come by than they are expensive. If I need more, I can get more.
'Tis much appreciated. Do you mind if I use them here?
Please.
I shan't be long, I promise. And they're going to move to a side, probably sit on a cushion, unravel the scroll, and they're going to begin casting sending.
For sure.
I'm going to try and type this out very specifically because I have like what I want to say in my mind, but I don't know how to phrase it properly.
Sure.
But full disclosure, they're going to be casting sending on Cybella Tenon.
Excellent.
So I'll cut out there for a second if anyone else wants to do their thing.
I legit thought for a moment Zerome's gonna ask Faye to do Hey, can you create like a fake body for me and fake my death?
That is so out of the question. For a very specific reason. I like that, but no.
I like to think that while this is happening, now that Peshmina is like a little bit like the eenciest bit drunk and caffeinated, has asked Hassan to like play a lively tune and is just trying to work up some kind of like I don't know, a vibe in the inn.
God. If I'm correct, sending like message is just 25 words, correct?
Sending is...
I believe it's 25.
25 words or less, yes.
Okay, perfect. I have to put in a
uh,
paragraph into 25
Hassan,
words.
you get inspiration for spontaneous jaunty tune whistling.
Nice.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was not expecting a full jaunty tune to just happen. That was great.
I mean, that was
yeah.
just blasting company, but okay, I will
That's
take
okay.
it.
That's all you need. Yeah, Peshmina, you can dance. Are you trying to attract like more people to the inn, or are you just like trying to have a good time?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Give me a performance check.
Disadvantage?
Not drunk enough for disadvantage yet.
Oh.
Hassan, if you're helping with your music, Peshmina may have advantage if you choose to be helping.
You can have advantage if you want. I technically am helping.
15.
15's pretty good. There's a couple other, like, just general residents of the town that are like, ooh, stuff's going on at the inn. And they're definitely gonna join in. They're like, hey, there's entertainment in here. There's dancers. That's cool, and they will also dance.
Yeah, absolutely. Peshmina's started up basically not a
Congo
line
line?
dance. No, not a Congo line. It's more I don't know what the style of dance is that's like celebration dancing, like
Jewish dance circle where we're all standing in a circle and then a couple people go in and dance and then they come out and they go back in and dance like a
very
wedding.
I do like that.
Yeah. And there are a few people that are into it with you. Yeah, it's like basically whoever I have names for. Yeah, there's like a tiefling and some Aarakocra. There's a lot of there's like one Kenku that arrives and begins like either whistling along or singing along with Hassan. As you kind of get a more party-oriented experience out of this. A lot more like townsfolk are starting to come in, and they're now also ordering drinks. And now Tala's like, okay, we're gonna get Sir Suran, and they actually like end up going out and bringing Suran back in, who was wholly unprepared for there to be like actual activity at the inn tonight, but is definitively glad to be upcharging people for like alcohol delivery from the market. Ends up actually like going out and getting like basically buying out the stock of like a one of the market's like little breads and things, just so like he can put out snacks and make this into kind of more an event. And this is like starting to gain some steam. There are more people who are like, oh, okay, there's actually like a thing going on. The alchemist, Han Burke, is actually going to come down with a like an instrument. It is a brass instrument, which is a little odd, but is going to come down and is just like, hey, do you like? It kind of conspires with you, Hassan. Is just like, do you know like stuff for? You're fairly familiar with like regional dance bits, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Or like can improvise, broad, like kind of for long. Awesome, cool.
Perfectly fine.
And they are
I'm perfectly happy to lay down a rhythm for you.
Excellent. And they will absolutely come along and play with you. Which increases the volume, which increases the number of people that are attending.
Yes! Yes!
The dance circle is growing. People are having a great time.
Aw. Hell yeah.
Night's fallen, so it's like pretty cool.
Hassan's gonna create a little with a song of creation. It's gonna create a little brush drum to go with a trombone solo. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So
Excellent.
great. Oh my god.
Love that. Also, I sent the message to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm gonna switch the music.
Yeah.
Bardic Jam.
Yes! Let's go. Pashmina is 3000% in her element. It's just like dancing from person to person, just like completely comfortable, just like arms hopping around.
There we go. Celebration. Sure. Excellent. Let me read this message.
I can read it out as well. I just had to write it down just so I know exactly what
Exactly
to say and
how
I
long
wouldn't
it
go
is, yeah.
over. It is exactly 25.
That's excellent.
That is exactly 25.
There is a pause, and you get a response.
Oh no. It can be said out loud. I'm fine with that.
I need to also write it out so I can think of
That
it.
is okay.
Please, describe the party scene. This is a great buffer.
Zoran walks into this, by the way.
Peshmina is very quick to like pull you into the throng and just starts like linking arms with people.
They're so confused. I must have been gone for 10, maybe 15 minutes.
It's fine. It's fine.
We're bringing in business.
I see that. I'm all happy for the festivities, please.
Is Loka dancing? Sorry, I have to know if Loka's dancing. What is?
I think Loka is watching.
That is unacceptable.
He's got big old flippers. He doesn't want to get stepped on, you know?
No. In a fun time.
Zoran's going for a drink. If there's drinks to be had, Zoran's gonna go for a drink because they want one right now.
One of those nights, baby.
He just kind of like gets the nearest drink, just like strongest thing you have, slams it back, slams the like tankard down, puts another silver coin down, another one.
And another.
A bard and a dancer walk into a tavern.
So Zoran just wishes to get drunk now. Well, we'll see what this answer is, and then we'll decide how drunk they get.
Hassan's going to use prestidigitation and is annoyed by Loka's lack of participation. No, he's not going to do this. Hassan's not that. Is Hassan that petty? You know what? Yes. Is gonna make a prestidigitation a little light above Loka, like, oh, the spotlight is now on Loka.
Oh god. God, what would he even do?
Minor illusion, a little like top hat onto your head.
Oh god, what is... I think he gets under a table.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to read Lady Sibella Tendon's response out loud?
I am fine with you having read both. The only thing is, can I have taken the second scroll?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I'm gonna have to respond to this. So, for the recording's sake, Zoran sent out a message to Lady Sibella Tenen, the person who has the bounty out on Prince Erasmus, for their return. And Zoran's message to her was, "Dearest Sibella, I ask you call off my manhunt. I am unharmed and shall return eventually. I wish no one to die for my sake."
And Sibella has returned the favor. And this is, I will note too, that this is a personal process, the operation of casting message. You hear this person in your head.
Yes.
Both sent and received. And Sibella...
How angry is it?
Allow me.
Yes.
I may do so, but you must come back. Your reputation is deteriorating by the day. Honor your promise. Let this spat end.
Zoran wants to get blackout drunk tonight.
Mom's angry. Or
Sorry?
not Mom, but Mom's
Not
angry.
Oh, that is
Definitively
not
not
his
Mom.
mother. No.
Oh.
Oh, not the mother. It's worse.
With moms like these, who needs enemies?
Oh, this is not the mother. It's worse than that. Oh boy. Yeah, Zoran's just going to just get drink after drink. And they're going to disappear then for 5 minutes after they feel sufficiently intoxicated. And they're gonna pop out the other sending spell. They're feeling a little petty tonight, but in Zoran fashion, I need to write up another response, so I go mute again.
Excellent. This is definitively now a party. This just is a party.
Yeah.
It's a good time. People are stoked about it. People are happy to see you again, Pejmina, genuinely. Because they know that you're a performer and you are performing. Like, they're excited to see you dance and also to dance themselves. It is a more intimate experience, obviously, than like watching a crew do dance work. It's a party. It's more exciting than that. Other folks are starting to drink and to eat. Sir Saran is encouraging people, but also making sure no one destroys the tavern. He's kind of like asking folks as it gets more full to move more toward the street. Because it is a nice dancing surface, it's got good acoustics, and fucking half the town is out here now. So it doesn't really matter who gets to sleep. So people are moving to the little residential areas with their walkways and the plants, and people are getting their own like drinks and foods from various times. People were not expecting to have a celebration tonight, but fuck if they did not decide to make it happen.
Oh, wee.
It's a good time.
Let's see. One second. Yes. Yes, this is true. Okay. I am totally wasting my lock-in for a third spell, but I'm going to lock in my third spell as Major Image. I'm going to create a little in a clearing. Imagine creating a little, say, little magical illusory bonfire, as well as a little phantasmal dance partner for Pashmina to do a little performance with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
With major image.
Excellent. Yeah.
And
Could you both give me a performance check?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the fire. Oh wait, no, that's persuasion. Well, do I have the same?
Natural 20!
Wow. Nice.
Ooh, performance. That's going to be a 12.
12. Your chosen form of expression is not dance, Hisan.
Yeah.
But you are still you are still good at weaving this magic, and Pejmina 100% makes up for it.
Yeah.
What does this illusory dance partner kind of look like?
Let's see. I think it looks like he's created a kanku. I think of a young one in garments that are very breathable garments, perhaps about as tall as Pashmina. The garments are like adorned with with a very electric blue, a lot of electric blues, I guess. That's all I can really say.
Absolutely.
They look like this dancing is something that someone who looks like dancing is something they've been doing all their life. So, sorry, I can't exactly get very more descriptive.
No, you don't have to be. That is exactly as descriptive as it needs to be.
Pashmina will happily dance with this fun little illusory
Dancing!
Yeah.
I finished around your second response.
I see. Amazing.
His son said a little more emotionally.
Also, fun fact, the illusory bonfire radiates actual heat, although it can't
Correct.
do anything to cause damage.
Nice.
Because it is a major...
Great, so we're not just accidentally causing a fucking riot. Or like a...
No, leave that to Zeron.
It's just a good time. She very simply sends back, then the hunt will continue.
Oh god. Oh. Oof.
I think they audibly laugh, and whatever glass they had in their hand, they throw it against the wall.
Oh.
The mood changes a little bit.
For the record, should I say it out loud for
Sure.
the recording itself? Zeron's second one was, I didn't leave due to our engagement. I will return to your side. You know what I wanted to accomplish. Until then, patience, my lady.
Oh. Fiancé is unhappy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not mother.
Oh no.
Oh, that's worse. That is incredible. That is
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know, I think that is a completely reasonable place to end the session. Is with
music
Zeron
just stops.
smashing a glass against the wall in frustration.
Oof.
It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Everyone's going to have a little bit of a hangover, but not too much of one.
Yeah.
It is a good party. Well, the Zeron does not instantaneously end the party. That is certainly the beginning of the end. People are having a good time. Then, like, it's the kind of thing where, like, there's just a little disruption, and that, like, well, then a couple people leave, and then people see that those people are leaving, and then everyone's just kind of, like, wrapping things up and, like, saying hi to people, and then the party is suddenly over. But it is a good time while it lasted, and genuinely a great little time here in the middle of the fucking desert in Mirage.
Oh yeah. Ashmina is so tired.
I'm sure. All right. Thank you all very much for playing today.
Yay.
I hope everyone had fun. It's time to do everyone's favorite game, Stars and Wishes. we're gonna go left to right because I did right to left last time. I'm probably just gonna start ping-ponging, alternating between that. So Hannah, stars and wishes.
Oh gosh. Another just solid. I just love RP sessions. I love RP sessions so much. We got to learn a lot, which is cool. Had a few different little like continuing some character stuff. Always good. Enjoy that thoroughly. Loved everyone's RP. Just yeah, I like these sessions. Wishes are so much harder. I hope that this person, I forget the name of the Astoria?
I have to look at it every time to remember. Astior.
Astior. I have a feeling Astior is going to be fun. I hope he's I'm excited to meet him. Wizard. It's a very wizard name.
Excellent. Thank you. Caroline, stars and wishes.
Stars, just that entire sending thing back and forth. It went as well as I expected. And I'm here for that. I liked Loka's little zap cloud today. That was a funny. I like that. That got a genuine chuckle out of me. Pashmina kind of literally kicking Zeron onto their ass. Good. That was a good back and forth. Well, it wasn't even a back and forth. It was just one-sided, and it was just like, But I like that, personally.
Mm-hmm.
That was good.
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
That was good. I liked it. I liked it. It was something that was needed. And I'm here for it. Wishes. I want to keep talking to Cybella. That was too much fun.
I mean, we could make that happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Oh boy. I so want everyone to meet Cybella just because that interaction alone. I'm like, oh, everyone's gonna love her. So that's a fun thing. Next, wish for next session, just Zeron complaining really loudly about anything just because they're angry now.
Listen, the mountains at the center of the continent.
That's all. That's me. I had fun. It was a short session, but I had fun.
I mean, it's just about 4 hours.
Fair.
Just didn't go a whole lot of places, which is alright.
True.
Me, stars and wishes. Stars. All the character bits. The dramatic scene between Pejmina and Zeron by a cactus was great. I genuinely liked a lot of the little things Loka had to do. I liked the interaction between Loka and Han the Alchemist.
Yeah.
I found that amusing. Payson getting into everyone's business all the time. Was a lot of fun. Wishes.
Somebody has to.
I have wishes and a question. Wishes in general. This is a regret. I wish I had more time to prep sometimes. I know that means I really do just need to schedule sessions 2 weeks apart sometimes, but I want to play all the time. That's I will get more time to prep. I am looking forward to more combat at some point in the future. Maybe soon, maybe not. We'll see. Probably sooner rather than later. And I also have a question. kind of like out of context meta-y stuff. Are we all on board to continue with some Feyhu stuff and going to visit Astior the Wizard in the mountains? Because if so, then I can focus a lot of my preparation stuff on that. And if we want to do other stuff, I can focus my preparation stuff on that. Are we all on board for that?
I think so.
I am totally on board. I am on board with that. I totally do want to get to the settlement in Hobbs Roth at some point. Of course, that's going to be a big undertaking, but I do want to talk to the wizard because that's kind of where we are pointing in the direction right now, and that's going to further our each and every one of our stories.
I did think it was really funny that, like, and this is not I've talked a little bit about how sometimes I, like, shift stuff around so that the like, plot goals align with people's personal goals and stuff like that. But, like, I did not do that intentionally. Y'all just have a lot of questions that would be really well answered by a weird old wizard who already exists in the setting.
Funny.
Which I think is funny. Alright, cool.
He's been there all along.
I'll proceed. And yeah, of course, I'm not gonna leave anything in the dust, so I think we are eventually going to get around to the settlement in Hobbs Roth, probably sooner rather than later, but that'll depend on what we all do.
Yeah.
Awesome. Matt, stars and wishes.
I think, honestly, I just have to echo what everybody else has kind of already said. I thought a lot of the character stuff was really good. I really liked this both feels like a setup episode and a reveal episode simultaneously. I think Hannah said that we learned a lot this episode, and like, yeah, we did. There's a lot going on that finally just got put on the table finally for everybody to see. I really enjoyed playing Loka this session.
Yay.
Every time I had an opportunity to be funny, I thought you did that okay. So, enjoyed the little conversation with Hasan and making Hasan just feel like his whole life shattered. That was fun. Yeah, wishes is just not even game related right now. I just wish I were more awake. That's really it. It's a good session.
Very reasonable. All right, awesome. Eli, stars and wishes.
I liked talking with everybody. I'm happy to always get in other people's business. I like being able to help facilitate character progression. It's fun. It makes me happy.
Good instigator.
Yes. Also, I liked being able to, even though I was definitely having difficulty with Hasan today. I'm happy I was able to talk to Loka more. I know I don't exactly do a lot of roleplay with Loka, and I was happy I was able to do that for at least a scene or two. It was very fun, also being shocked, and it was fun. I did enjoy that, Matt. I really think you did nail Loka's funny bits a lot. Arguing with your cloud is very, very, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wishes? I am ready to get on the road again.
Yeah.
The road is the on the road parts of these sessions have always been very, very fun, and it looks like that's the direction we're heading. So I am ready for that little next bit of adventure.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to meeting Astior. I think I'm hoping this is someone Hasan is able to click a lot with. All signs, initial signs point to yes. This is a wacky guy, I hope. Either way, I'm looking forward to that.
Good.
I'm also looking forward to see what kind of what kind of little settlements you have developed around the mountains.
Me too.
Take your time. It is hard.
Sometimes I forget that.
Okay.
Sigh. Awesome. Thank you all very much for playing. I am looking very much forward to the next session. I hope you all have a good evening.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stop
XP at all?
Oh,
today?
250 XP apiece.
Okay.
250.
I have to